All right, y'all, we are live. This is Mod Hotep, songwriter, producer, engineer out of Fresno, California. I'm here with Brian Lucey. I believe he's down in Los Angeles right now. Um, Brian, to get it
Yes, sir.
started, we were just talking about negative emotion. Um, would you jump off into that real quick and just speak on that since we were just talking about that?
Well, the discussion was really about producers who were here and home engineers and just people talking about dealing with negativity and dealing with human beings. And there's a part of making music that's really just about music. There's a part of it that's about people too. And balancing those two things is really important. We all love music, whatever that means to us. And it's people that give music a voice in this world. You know, I have a kind of crazy belief that all the music that could ever be or has ever been first existed somewhere in potential. And the music calls on people, or people hear that music and they bring it into the world and they give it voice. And, a lot of times there's a lot of mess that comes with that. And you have to learn to work through that because we're all not well. I'm not well. I'm pretty well most of the time, but we all have issues. And so our issues and their issues are just getting in the way of the channel, which is that connection between the potential, which is music, and the artist, which brings it into the world. And we are there to help, you know, help that process along. So dealing with our negativity or dealing with other people's negativity or dealing with, like someone said, being frustrated with traffic before you get to the studio, or dealing with if you have a day job and your boss is a pain in your ass or whatever, all of this stuff is part and parcel of being a better servant to the channel. And that's what we're here to do. I don't care if you're a hip hop artist and you're railing about Ferguson or if you're Kenny G. You are channeling what it is that you hear, and your artist, if you're an engineer, you're a producer, you're helping them to channel and then to deliver that to other people, to make that connection human to human. So dealing with our own negative emotions and like Ross was saying yesterday, Ross Hogarth, when you guys were talking, he meditates twice a day. I used to meditate every day. I don't anymore because it's kind of become part of my walking daily practice to just be meditative if I need it. So if something is upsetting to me and gets me tense, there are moments I fail, don't get me wrong. I lose my temper, I get angry, I get frustrated. But a lot of the time, I'll just use that moment of being annoyed to remind myself of the meditative things I learned. I studied with Robert Fripp, who taught these guitar craft courses back in the day. He's actually on tour right now with King Crimson. And Robert used a phrase which was the pointed stick. Anything in life that annoys us and elicits our negative emotions, he would call the pointed stick. And the point of the pointed stick is that it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Why? Because it reminds us of our aim. So you may be annoying as hell. You may be my boss. You may be my client. Now, luckily, I don't have annoying clients. 99% of the time, I'm very fortunate. But no matter the situation, you may be at the grocery store and you're on your way to the session, and there's a pointed stick there. There's something that could throw you off, so that when you get to the place where you're going to channel music or you're going to connect the audience with the inspiration, whatever your role in that is, that could throw you off. So the first thing to do before we talk about gear or engineering or anything else is to figure out what we need to do to become more aware of what annoys us, and then to learn ways to let it go so that we don't float away in some Zen happy place. I'm not talking about that, but I'm saying that we're grounded and we learn how to relax in the face of annoyance, because that gets us out of the way to be able to facilitate the channel, which is music making, which I described yesterday. I'm a very intuitive, emotional person, but I'm also very analytical. So with talking with Ross Hogarth, I described it as a 6-step thing, and people like that, so I'll say it again here. There's the moment of inspiration, and in that moment, we hear something in potential. This is a songwriter's moment, or a producer's moment. We hear something in our head, and it's a little amorphous usually. Maybe it's a hook. Maybe it's a single line. Maybe it's just a word that's going to be the title. Maybe it's a melody without a lyric, maybe it's a hook-filled lyric, whatever. Maybe it's a little chord progression on the piano, whatever. We get a piece of inspiration, and that's the first step. Then the second step, we arrange that. We arrange it so that it comes across in a more clear way. Maybe it becomes more convincing because it's verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, or whatever. But we arrange it in some way that connects better. And then we go and we perform that. So we've got arrangement, after inspiration, arrangement, performance. So these three are the artist steps. As engineers, we've got a tracking step, a mixing step, and a mastering step. So we have a 6-step process. And that process needs us to have our negative emotions out of the way. It needs to have our ability to connect with people to be as healthy as it can be. Because it's not about us. It's about the music, and it's about the people at the end of the line getting connected with that inspiration that happened at the beginning of the line. So mastering comes in step 6. So when I'm listening to something, I'm trying to do whatever I can to facilitate all of the previous steps getting connected with that audience. You know, there are projects I've done that just come in like, holy shit, that's amazing. And there are projects that come in and I say, oh, I can hear that the overheads are out of phase because they tracked it in probably too small of a room, and there's a lot of 500 or 800, it's probably some drywall. Like, there are things that I hear when I'm listening to a mix based on my history of being, you know, in all the other steps. I was an artist, an engineer, a mixer, producer, etc. So I'll hear things in those other steps, and that doesn't bother me. That's just, oh, okay, well, we've got to do what we can to overcome those things so that we can make this final step give a result where it connects with the audience in the biggest and best way, and it also makes the producer and artist forget about step 3 or 2 where something got compromised that they didn't like. You know, because every one of those 6 steps, ideally, and this does happen, ideally each of the 6 steps is what I think Bob Olson coined a positive compromise, where you get more than you lost. You know, like inspiration is this amazing moment. That moment of inspiration is awesome. And you go to arrange it, like, okay, it got a little cuter, it got a little more clever, it lost some of the mojo, but it became more accessible to more people. This is a good thing. And then that moment of arranging goes to the next step of tracking, and that live moment is really cool. But now it's to tape, or now it's to digital. You know, it loses something, but it gains something because now it's recorded. It's not just in the moment. Live music in the moment is amazing. There's nothing like it. And when we record it, something is lost. But what we want to do is make sure that more is gained than is lost at that step and at every step. On to the mixing. Well, the tracking engineer, he's got to put the mics up. He's got to get the right tones, compress, EQ, what have you. Then the mixing engineer. More lost than gained is a bad thing. More gained than lost is the goal at every step. And when it comes to me, I'm trying to do that not just for my step, but in such a way that sort of heals, clarifies, helps all those other steps. So there's kind of some big picture overview stuff. First, talking about us as people. We as people have to be in a good place. And secondly, talking about my interpretation, and you'll forgive me, you're welcome to argue that or have a different opinion, that's fine, but my interpretation is it's a 6-step thing. And if we have a positive compromise at each step, we end up with something that's greater than the intention, greater than the sum of the parts, something that is really a bit of a surprise. Like, holy shit, that's a great record. You know, and I'm not talking about perfectionism at each step, because that'll bog you down. See, perfectionism is baggage. We don't want that. I'm talking about a certain level of excellence, which is like, again, my language, maybe not yours, but maybe 90% of the potential. So at arranging, you know, you may not be the greatest arranger, but you arranged it pretty darn well. And when you go to track it, you know, it maybe isn't exactly perfect, because perfect's boring after all, let's admit it. But it's like maybe 90% of what you could do. And in mixing, it's maybe not, you know, we could have spent a week on this mix, but now let's not do that, because we take it too far. We lose the freshness of it. So at each step, we're not talking about perfectionism. That's control. That's baggage. We're talking about a level of excellence which we say, okay, that feels like it's got some magic to it. That feels like we've done enough. We've got a few surprises we left in there. Let's move on to the next step. And when you learn to balance that out, then at the end, you're like, whoa, holy shit, this is an amazing record. It's what we intended, but more. And it does all the things we wanted to do, a couple of them in a surprising way. So, big picture done. Mastering questions. Hit me.
When you, the Black Keys, were there a lot of, did it come out sounding in the end like it came in, or did you actually enhance anything?
Well, I mean, all the records I do are, in a sense, it's the same day for me every day. You know, the famous Janis Joplin quote, "It's all the same fucking day, man." You know, it is kind of the same process every day. Now, when I get mixes from Chad Blake, those are different mixes than mixes from another great mixer like Rich Costi. Or if I get those mixes, those are different from another mixer who you've never heard of, who is maybe you or your friend. But it doesn't matter to me. That's not really, I don't say, oh great, Chad Blake, awesome, oh these mixes, not so awesome, bad day. I mean, inevitably, to me it's the same process. I look at what I've got, I listen to what my taste tells me is what they were trying to do. And that's usually evident from the music, and if it's not, then it's from a conversation. Maybe it's an email. Occasionally people send a reference, although sometimes those are kind of confusing, because a lot of people's references are just things they're inspired by. It's not a volume reference, it's not an EQ reference, it's not a compression reference. It's kind of pointless. But even from that, I can interpret something. So I glean a lot from email, but I mostly get it from just listening to it. And so whether it's, you know, the Brothers record, which at the time was, I would say, the best mixes I'd ever heard. The kind of mixes where I sit back and say, wow, maybe on this record I will do that thing that I have heard people do back in the day where they don't touch the mix. You see, at the time I'd never met a mix I couldn't improve, in my opinion. And so I thought, wow, you know, these are great, you know. But inevitably, even with that Brothers record, there were 2 or 3 mixes at the end that I didn't touch. And when I drove them in the car, I was in Columbus at the time, when I drove them 2 hours up to Cleveland and went to see Yes up there. A friend of mine was with them. And so listened to the record an hour each way, coming back. The 3 songs bothered me because harmonically there are things that my chain does, and slight EQ and slight harmonic things, which I wanted to do. So even that record, you know, I still to this day, I've never heard anything that my chain, in my opinion, couldn't enhance. And at the time, Dan Auerbach was very, you know, respectful, but a little nervous. He said, "Well, we love it." I'm like, "Well, let me just send it to you." He said, "Cool, send it." And then I sent it, and he was like, "Yeah, cool. We love that even better." You know, so those are great mixes, but it's still the same process for me. You know, and I really mean that. It's not a politically correct answer. If I find myself judging the work I'm working on, I stop. If I'm thinking this sucks, I am not in the right place to work. Because it doesn't suck. No matter what it is, there is something to find in any piece of music that you can accentuate and that you can sculpt the rest of it around. There's a beat, there's a hook, there's a guitar something, there's some kind of live quality, there's some kind of studio quality, who knows? It's up to us to find the thing that's beautiful if there's only 2. Now if there's 30, well, that's a new problem. Now you have to arrange that. You know, that's like a mixer's job. How do you put, you know, all these amazing things in the phone booth so you can still see the faces, you know? But for mastering, it's the same. There's always something cool in the work. And so if I'm ever judging it, that's bad. And I stop.
These harmonic changes that you're talking about when you run it through your gear, would a regular person be able to hear that, or
Yeah,
say,
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not sure who a regular person is, but people who have a musical ear, who are here, who are, they hear it. I mean, there's some crazy things in my chain. Like, for example, I use a tube amplifier. So this isn't actually in the chain, but this is part of the monitoring. Because in mastering, as we all know, monitoring is huge. And everyone's monitoring is very different. Brad Blackwood was here a couple months ago when he was in town for the Pensado Awards, and we've known each other a long time, and he has a very different monitoring situation than I do. And he was really excited to come and hear mine because he's smart enough to know that when you go to somebody's room, you want to hear what they hear. That's what's interesting, because the way that a mastering engineer sets up their room is very indicative of how they hear music. So in my room, I sit fairly close, as I have for 15 years. I sit fairly close. The room is fairly intimate. The amplifier became a tube amp years ago. I used to have, as you showed that photo, the Barefoots. I had the original MM12s that Thomas made when he was still had a day job, and he made them out of his apartment. And they had a Bryson 4B SST strapped to the back, and so I used those for like 4 years. And back in the day on Gearslutz, I was like, this is going to be huge. This is the next big thing. And people were like, who the fuck are you? Some loser in Ohio. You don't know anything. But it turns out, around the time that I moved on to a different design, which is this tube amp driven standard kind of mastering three-way tower. Those did get very popular. But so I've got this tube amp in this fairly intimate setting, and the tube amp has some brass footers under it, which are freestanding. It's got maple plinth, then it's got rubber, then it's got a maple table, so it's isolated in the room. It's got some brass and maple kind of stuff. But then the weird thing about it, the crazy esoteric thing, is that on top of the power transformer sits 4 brass caps. And again, they have like 3 little micropoint feet. And again, I'm not sure who regular people are, but I've had, say, my friend Jerry, who's a sax player in OAR. Jerry, in the Columbus studio, he sat in my chair, and I had him play a section of a song, just, with the cursor, start, stop. And I would pull those 4 pieces of brass off really quickly, so he was able to do a nice A-B. And he was just amazed, because what they do is they clarify the low end a bit. If you put too much weight on there, it turns it into thin and cold. But if you put a little bit on there, it clarifies it in a way that's just right. So that's the kind of subtle thing that mastering guys are into. And my chain, which I haven't touched for years and, probably never will, never say never, but it's unlikely. I mean, I'm buying spares for everything, because my chain to me is like a singular instrument. It's not a bunch of pieces. For years, I was the world's biggest gear slut. I A-B'd every damn thing. And going back to what we talked about in the beginning, A-B'ing gear is all about being still with yourself. This notion of like, ABX and all that stuff. I don't live that way. I was a guitar player. We would change out a speaker. We would change out power tubes and preamp tubes where you have to wait for the tube to cool. You can't do an instant ABX with that kind of thing. But you have a room full of guys who know each other and who know the equipment, so you can bounce ideas off each other, and you change out the speaker quickly, quietly. You're all relaxed, and then you put the guitar through it, and you hit that same A chord with that same pedal, and you're like, oh, okay, well, a greenback sounds like that, and a blue dog sounds like that, and that new one from that hemp company sounds like that. And so that's the A-B world that I came up in. And so well, oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I do this. I go off on tangents. What was the point there?
guys, A-B in.
Yeah, A-B in gear. So I got to a place with the A-Bing where my chain kind of came together as a unity. And that's a thing that is maybe not for everybody. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's the right thing. I'm saying it was right for me. I was looking for a chain that did certain things harmonically. To me, there's really three elements of what mastering does. It plays with harmonic content, which would be kind of a vector like that. It plays with frequency content, which would be kind of a vector like that. And then it plays with transient content, which would be kind of a vector through it. You know, so you've got like a kind of an X, Y, and a Z. And that makes a sphere, which is the range of options for me. So if your mix comes in, or your record comes in and it's slightly off sphere, well, we can put it in just by the edge, or we can move it all the way over to here. There's this whole range of options that I'm happy with. So as a mastering guy, I'm not super anal about it's got to be this way. I've just got to get it in the sphere, and that sphere of harmonic, frequency, and transient options is really broad. I mean, the whole notion that you're going to like do mastering shootouts. No offense, I don't use this word in an offensive way, but it's just stupid. Why is it stupid? Well, because on any given day, I might do a single track like a dozen ways. And some of them might be quite different from another. And if a single track comes in without a record, well, that's even more vague. Then you just have to play it safe, because the record informs the singles. When I get a record, I start with the overview and I come back to the singles. I'm gonna get more out of your music single by single if I've got the record than if you just send me a single and we start chasing tails around, you know, oh, I lost a little of the snare, give me a little more of the kick, I want more of this. Now at that point I'm sort of mixing for you. So doing a single with a lot of revisions is like, it's sort of like a weird pseudo mixing thing. And doing a shootout of singles, A, you're not giving the engineers a context, an overview in which to address the single. So they're going to play it safe. So all you're really going to know is, are they an idiot or not? And if you know my work or someone else's work because you know their other records, you already know they're not an idiot. So what are you really trying to accomplish? Well, what you're trying to do is something that seems to me quite egotistical, which is like, I want all these people to do my song, and I'm going to pick the one I like. Well, okay, maybe that works. But the song you send might be very different from the rest of the record, or two songs on the record might have a problem that the person who just randomly hit the target on song 3 doesn't hit the target on 7 and 10, and you haven't built any kind of relationship with your engineer by sort of asking them to jump through this hoop for you. Making people jump through hoops is not cool. It's not relationship building. It's not part of what we should be doing as engineers working with each other. We are the facilitators of that channel from inspiration to product. And we need to be cool with each other so that we can facilitate that thing. It's already difficult enough to deal with everyone's taste and everyone's emotions and the artist's insecurities, which are always there. We're all insecure, and artists more than anyone. I don't care if it's the new U2 record that came out. They're wondering, do people like it? What do people think? I'm sure they are. I don't know them personally, but every artist is. You know, your next record is your only record. You may have, $100 million in the bank, but you still want people to like it, So we're all dealing with insecurities, and it's not cool to make people jump through hoops. Let's have relationships with people. So I'll just throw that out there, that the single thing is a little weird, and certainly people should be paying for it. But even then, there's no context. You send me a single and Ted Jensen a single, and Brad or someone that is lesser known, they're just going to tell you kind of an average take on an average day. And that's your first impression of the song. And see, first impressions are everything. You send me a record, I know that the first song that you listen to is going to give you a really strong feeling about my work in general. And so that first song is important. And I know that the first time you hear track 3, because that's your single, that's going to mean the world to you, because I can tell that you've invested a lot in track 3. So, you know, it ends up that every song on the record is important for different reasons. But that first impression with all of them is something you can never take back. You know, whether it be as a person when you introduce yourself to someone, the way you come across the first time is a imprinting thing in people's minds that you can never change. You know, so sending out singles and having people send back samples like, oh really, just listen to their work, and you'll know if they're kind of this direction or that direction. And then if you like what they do, you know, or if someone recommended them and you've not heard it, just talk to them about it, you know. So anyway, getting off track, but back to my chain. Yeah, there's a harmonic content that is quote unquote distortion, but it's not necessarily invasive. I have only 3 analog pieces in my chain, and they're usually there all the time. They have hard bypasses, but the Fairman EQ is in all the time. And that has, it's a linear phase thing with a whole lot of new old stock tubes in it, coming from my guitar player days. So the high shelf is Telefunkens, the high mids are Mullards, because if those were Telefunkens, it would be a more aggressive 5K boost than a Mullard 5K boost. The low mids are, I think at the moment they're RCA black plates. Those could also be Mullards. The low end shelf is, I believe, Sylvania, usually some kind of American, sort of clean American new old stock tube. The output tubes are Bugle Boy EF86s, which are, for me, the sweet era is like late 50s, early 60s. That Bugle Boy is in every record I put out because my output gain is always up. I'm always driving the output of that EQ 4 or 5 dB. And I have the whole chain gain staged around that fact, because that 4 or 5 dB of those EF86s has just never been wrong on any record. So this kind of subtle harmonic stuff is in there all the time, but it's not like a thermionic, you know, thing. It's not a distressor thing. It's real subtle. And tubes, if we think about it from the standpoint of image clarity, tube transformer designs, and the transformer in this case is fairly neutral. It's Lundahl. They're fairly clean. So there's not a lot of transformer. So the tube part of a tube transformer design, which is normally the transformer, is more the color, right? But the tube part is sort of a little bit of harmonic, a little bit of a distance where it slightly pulls the image back and gives you a little bit of like warm fuzzy around the image. Well, contrasting that, I have a heavily modified Focusrite 315 Mark II, which is a terrible sounding unit. No disrespect to the people who made it, but it's a piece of crap out of the box. It's filled with 5534 ICs, and it's just horrible. It was used for a lot of hip-hop records over the years. Back in the day, it was popular for that kind of sound. Okay. But for me, it's just cold, abrasive, thin, and has a shredding quality harmonically that I didn't like. So that thing for me has been gutted with 40 of the caps taken out and all 60 of the ICs replaced with these like $15 Burr Browns that are nice, cleaner, warmer, cleaner thing. So on the one hand, the tube device slightly pulls the image back. On the other hand, the IC device slightly pushes it forward. We're talking very subtle. So you end up with the image back where it started, with the benefit of the harmonic love. And in between those two, the alpha compressor, Elysia Alpha, I have serial number 1. Not super popular because it's kind of it's a box that does many things, and a lot of people have different boxes for that, but that one's fairly neutral. So we're talking about moving the image forward with solid state slightly, moving it back with tube slightly, keeping it kind of where it is with the Class A thing. And that's the whole chain. It's just the 3 pieces. So it's not a heavy harmonic color. You know, I like the effect. Well, and also I use the Pacific Microsonics converter, and that has a slight kind of harmonic quality to it as well. And so I like, you know, I used to record 2" 16. I like the way the high end of 2" 16 kind of falls off, the way cymbals kind of fall off. I like the mid-range where the vocal has that 251, 47, 48, that sort of, that mid-rangey, spitty, back-of-the-throat intimacy. And I like low-end, power. I like to move drivers. I compress very little. I compress not as a first thought, but as a final thought. If I have to get something reined in, or to get volume where people are just wanting to go somewhere else. But usually, most of the big, quote unquote big records I've done, the famous work, there's no compression on that. I mean, let me think about it. Yeah, very very little of that is compressed. And when it is, I had them redo this alpha compressor. So my first 4 LEDs are quarter dB increments. So maybe a half dB, maybe a dB at most. That to me, a dB of compression is dramatic. So basically, the chain is meant to be clean with this harmonic love in it. And you would hear that if you were here right away. As soon as I run your mix through and my shit is flat, you're like, oh, okay, cool. That's more than half of my sound, if you will, because that's the chain that I worked for over a decade to put together that speaks with the kind of musical values that I hear. It's a sound that wasn't out there. I was an artist. I was a producer. I knew all the mastering people's sounds. I didn't at first because I never cared about mastering, to be honest. I was an artist. I was a musician. I knew a few mixers. I knew a few names. But I wasn't really a nerd about it. I wasn't geeking on it. And mastering was like, I saw Bob Ludwig's name and a couple names. But when I got into it more, I just felt that there was, particularly in the 90s, when I started, there wasn't what I wanted. I wanted something that reminded me a little bit of vinyl, which I grew up listening to in terms of like the punch, the low end. But I didn't want to be limited by that kind of distortion and all the mess. I wanted to be able to, use the fun of digital. I mean, digital will allow you to slam a square wave into, -1. So there's ultimate freedom with digital. There's the freedom to fuck it up, and there's the freedom to do cool things. And it will contain it. It will package and contain whatever you give it. So, the harmonic content and the simplicity of the chain is all part of this singularity, which is my thing. But within that context, going back to the idea of samples, I could still throw a record back to you at 10 ways, and half of them would sound like a remix. Like, what the hell did you do? Or somebody might want that. Occasionally, I'll be sensitive with a record, and people will be like, "Oh no, we wanted more." Okay, well, that's fine. You didn't mention that, but no problem. We can do that. That's cool. So again, my answers are long, but did I answer your question in there somewhere?
You did good, bro.
Okay.
Will is wanting to ask you. He's wanting to jump in and ask you a question. Go ahead, Will. Unmute.
Bring him on.
Hey, how you doing, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Now, I have a question. This goes back to when we first started talking in the Hangout. Now, say like a track like makes you feel some type of way when you hear it. Does that affect on how you would master it, like how the sound would?
Sorry, you cut out. Say it again.
I apologize. I think I have terrible internet here. But I was asking like how that track makes you feel. Like say a track like makes you feel some type of way. Does that affect in how you're mastering with sound?
Well, again, going back to something I said earlier, I didn't use the word, but I should. The word is balance. So to me, feelings and the analytical side is part of a balance. And my goal is to be in balance as a person. So of course, I have a feeling about everything I hear. Everything makes me feel something. If I didn't have intense sensitivity and emotional feeling, I shouldn't be making music. Being a sensitive person is what makes us music people, just like it's what makes my mother an interior designer or made Picasso a painter. Being sensitive and having feelings and reactions is inevitable. So reaction is automatic, but what I'm interested in is response. Response is that next step, going back to talking about and even where Ross Hogarth was yesterday, talking about being at peace with yourself. So a reaction is automatic. If somebody punches you in the face, you will react. Your dander will get up, your adrenaline will drive, you will reach back to smack them. And then the moment has to be of response. Is this the right thing to do? Is there a better way to smack them than to actually smack them? There's all kinds of things that you can start to think. So the same goes with music production. You're going to have a reaction to everything. You're going to feel it. And then what you've got to do is learn to get out of your way so that you can do the thing that's best. Best for you, best for the music. So for me, there's a balance of feelings, and then this sort of analytical thing that I was talking about with frequencies, harmonics, and transients. Everything's got to be somewhere in that sphere where the frequency balance suits not a preconceived curve, not something that's sterile or generically neutral, but it needs to fit this song and style. So my response emotionally leads very quickly into, what style is this? What song is this in the record? What record is this for the artist? Is this an unknown artist that needs a loud record? Is this a known artist that needs an artsy record? Is this a known artist that needs a comeback record? Is this a middle record and the last record was a hit? Is this a middle record and the last record was a flop? Was the criticism of this band in the last case that they were too X, so now we're making them slightly Y? All of this stuff is part of what I do. The technical part of what I do, of the turning the knobs and the frequencies and whatnot, is a teeny tiny afterthought of what I do. That's the homework part that you have to know how to do. But what you're really doing is connecting the audience with the inspiration, and in the middle of that, those 6 steps, and then on top of that is commerce. Where is this artist in the world? What does this song or this EP or this record mean to them? And how can I facilitate that? And I'm going to say something here on tape that's going to sound crazy, and it's going to be in the universe forever. But it's true. I'm an intuitive person. So I actually believe that there are moments, not all the time, but there are moments on certain records where I actually can hear what the audience is going to think. I can hear what the critics are going to think. I hear what the fans are going to think. And I'm going to slightly morph things. I hear what the artist, the producer, the people who sent me the stuff, obviously. This is a very useful skill, to be able to zone in on people intuitively, where you can kind of preconceive their reactions and counter them in advance, right? So it starts with, the first audience is you and the people you work for, and then it's the rest of the world. So feelings, which would include for me intuition, is all part of the package, but it has to be balanced with the technical stuff. Like my room has a certain technical rightness, and I intellectually know what to do in it. And there's the transient balance and the frequency balance and the distortion and all that stuff, that I know what the playing field is. I have 12 reference tracks that I've had since the beginning, and I encourage everyone to make themselves a palette of a dozen reference tracks. A dozen very different ones. Like mine are super low end, super sibilant, but still a good record. Super mid-rangey. I've got everything from like, pop styles to jazz styles to hip hop styles to R&B styles but they're all there not for the music, but for the technical sphere of options that they define. They define this world of options, because having a fence is freedom. What we want as an artist, working for artists, is to know the rules so that we can bend them, or that we can work right in the middle of them. Maybe we want to shoot it right down the middle on this project. So having a set of refs, which for me I've had forever, you don't have to listen to them every day, but in the beginning you do. You start the day and you're like, okay, let's listen to my refs. It's actually a great way to see where you're at emotionally, to see where you're at physically. If your ears are tired, highs and lows are going to sound different on that day. So you want to know that. So an objective reference of a dozen songs that each defines a point of extremes on the sphere of production. You know, dark, bright, sibilant, fat low end, big top end, but they're all good. You want them all to be good. These are all good things. And that's, again, up to you subjectively. So that's your sphere of reference. And if you check that out every day, that's your meditation right there. You don't have to sit in a chair for half an hour. You can just check yourself with that. And then from there, you have your reaction, like you said. And then from there, you bring in the analytical stuff, and you balance that out, and you start making music. Does that help?
Hey, I have a question for you, Brian.
Yeah, man, go for it.
So kind of following up on that, so when you're meeting with your clients, what kind of conversations are you having to do a little bit of discovery on what they think the album should be like, and how does that translate to when you listen to the tracks?
Well, usually I'm like 99% unattended, so these conversations are generally email, and a lot of them are pretty brief. I mean, a lot of people will just say, hey, do your thing, because the way I work is I work on a per track basis, not per time. Again, similar to Ross yesterday, I think time is the enemy of timelessness. You know, I'm here to make timeless music with immediate impact. So again, balance, those two things in balance. It needs to be awesome right now, but I want it to be awesome in 10 years when you listen back. So, you know, if I do a whole record for you and I've missed the target on a couple tracks, no problem. But if I miss the target on the whole thing, no problem too. Then we'll have a communication then. So there's not one way of working. Some people will say, hey man, do your thing. Some people will say, hey, we really want it to, like last week, you know, we were referencing the Beatles mono remasters, and we want it to have like 60s mid-range, but a little more low-end than that. You know, okay. So, you know, they send me these tracks, and they don't really sound anything like that, but that's fine. You know, I can work with that. Not a problem. So that, you know, some people give that, some people give the hey, just go for it thing. There's really, you know, I try to make working with me be the easiest thing possible. You know, and I don't have too much of a process besides, hey, I need the metadata. I prefer a song order because, as I said earlier, to me the song ordering is more informative than not having it. I can do it without, but I'd rather have it. I'd rather have it and you change your mind than not have had it in the first place, because that all helps to inform me from the overview back to the singles, which is my way of working. So you could send me a couple ref tracks, or you could not. You know, it really doesn't matter, and it goes every way you can imagine. I do like 4 records a week, so it goes every way you can imagine.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, there's no stress. You know, like standard questions people ask. I'll hit a couple of them. You know, where should the peak level be? Don't care. You know, how much should I compress it? As much as you think it's awesome. What do you think of my mix? It's not my fucking record. You know, it's not what I think about your mix. If you don't have confidence in your mix, go listen to it in 4 other places. Get together with your team of people. Send me the mix that you think is awesome. But if you're having to ask me because I have credentials and expertise in your opinion, that's not very good for you. You're not in a good place. You know, the only thing you can really learn about your mix is if I do it and you think it's awesome, then you can line them up, get them all sample accurate, probably going to bring the volume down of what I did because it's probably louder, and then you can A-B the two, just a little solo mute A-B, and then you can listen and say, oh, well, I could have done that in the mix, because the more that you do in the mix towards what you liked me doing, the better the mix. But as far as like snare level, vocal level, slap verb, dry verb, big verb, small verb, bass up, bass down, none of my damn business. It's your record. You've got to be in touch with it, and you've got to love it. You know, Dan Auerbach and I, when we first met, and I bring him up because obviously that's probably the most known big records I've done, those 3. Part of us getting to know each other was talking about what we felt really was the absurdity of the vocal up, vocal down, bass up, bass down. Don't mix for your mastering engineer. That's a failure on the part of the mastering engineer. You know, mix a mix that you love. It's my job to not fuck it up, while at the same time making it better. And if I don't do that for you, then you say to me, hey, I really liked the way the snare was popping out, and now because of, don't know, maybe did you limit or compress, it's a little, okay, fine, then I'll tweak that. Because there's things I can do with an EQ to compensate for the limiter, and we can still have the loud record. You know, so all of this becomes part of the communication. But don't mix for me. Don't mix for anyone else. And love your mix. You have the ultimate freedom as the mixer. You got all those faders, all those EQs, all those compressors, all that harmonic generation. You've got ability to do a bazillion things. So do those things and love it and get it just right. When a mix comes together, it's a singularity. You know, it takes time to get there because of monitoring, and you don't know you're monitoring, and you got to go out to the car and all this stuff. Okay. But you know, when Chad Blake sends me a mix, he's got a singularity in mind. Now he'll change it like I'll change it all day long, but things come together as a unit. And then maybe he gets a client feedback, like I get a client feedback, and then I'll do a different thing, and it comes together as a unity. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a sense of rightness, because rightness has wholeness to it. The difficulty with mixing is you get caught up in details. What you're really trying to do is a cohesive whole thing that has a singular vision with no concern for the other tracks on the record. Just one song that speaks. Yeah? So if people set out to do those things and then send me 10 or 12 of those, they could be all over the place. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. But that's really what you're after. And from there, you know, for me, for my process, you know, revisions are easy.
Wow, you actually just, our guys had questions, you just answered them. They had extra questions they're about to ask. So
sorry.
On what you just said about the details, so in Pensado Students, Billy Rubin had asked, where should the final mix peak in a DIN scale? What is a DIN scale? I didn't get the chance to look that up. What is that?
Well, he's just talking about versus full scale, you know, digital full scale, like DBFS 0. From my standpoint, anything that isn't clipping over 0 is fine. Because as soon as I get a record, I use Sequoia. And I can't speak for others, but for me, if it sounds awesome, if it's got the vision, if everybody in the project loves it on a number of systems, if you're like, cool, this is the one, as long as it's not, you know, audibly crapping out, so just to be safe, let's keep it at 0 or under. As soon as I get all 12 of those singularities, first thing I do in Sequoia is start pulling down volumes to get some kind of flow going. So, you know, it goes into like 80-bit or whatever it is. And it turns into, you know, 32, 80, whatever it does. So that doesn't matter. You know, all the technical stuff really doesn't matter. A good mastering engineer will take an awesome mix and make it awesomer. And really the focus for an engineer who's mixing should be on, you know, speaking clearly with a singular vision for that artist and that song. Don't mix for me. Don't mix technically. Don't look at the meters. Don't look at the frequency analyzer unless you have found a way to have that not distract your ears, or you found a way to have it contribute to your hearing. Maybe you need that to contribute. I mean, a friend of mine who's a huge pop mixer in Italy, Michele Arfida, Michele's got one of those like $6,000 TC Electronics digital meter things because he loves that shit. He loves that metering. Well, that's fine. It's not hurting him. He's sold like 17 million records in Italy. He's like the biggest pop producer in Italy. And he now has a studio here in LA. He's renting a space in Sunset Sound. He's got 6 employees in Milan. Okay, I'm not saying meters make you stupid. I'm not saying that. But his skill is intertwined with his metering process. Okay, whatever works. Whatever works. But basically what we're looking for is more about the vision and the rightness of the compression, of the levels, you know, for that artist, for that style. Obviously, rock mixes are going to be compressed or limited more than other mixes, da-da-da-da-da. But a really dynamic mix that's got really good frequency balance, an acoustic guitar, a mandolin, a thing I did the other day, which was a was it a mandolin? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. What's the 4-string thing with the what's it? Like a ukulele. It was like a vocal and a ukulele for 8 tracks, and then 2 tracks had an upright bass. Well, I'm sure there was some compression there. Didn't sound slammed. Sounded real natural. And then I made it like quite loud, even though it had a lot of peaks in it. People have these misconceptions about making their record loud, which is probably where we should go next. That they have to do some things in mixing to be competitive. Be competitive. Okay. All right. Well, let's just be very clear. First thing is, people listen to music, not volume. I don't care if it's industry people or audience people. A great song with a great vocal and a great production will always make its way up the food chain. Always. Because people who know can hear it. So any fear about anything pertaining to volume is really misguided. What you want to do is be awesome. Now, having said that, yes, it's human nature that louder is better and blah, 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 blah. But that's not the world we're in. We're in the world where I know a ton of music industry people here in town. They're all just looking for something awesome. And if that something awesome was recorded on a freaking cassette tech, and they had a, you know, cassette transfer to a CD, they would hear it. They would hear it. Now, other people in the industry are not that way. They're looking for something that's like almost done. It's ready to go. They don't have to do any work at all. They just want you to deliver the product. Okay, so let's think about that person as our objective person. So as a mixer, you don't want to take on the job of the mastering guy. And you don't want to take on fear as part of your being, because fear gets in the way of musical awesomeness. Fear leads to things like perfectionism. Fear leads to things like, you know, just overdoing anything. You tend to overdo things when you're afraid, whether it be overdoing compression or overdoing layers of harmony vocals. More isn't better. And fear is the gateway drug to more. So you've got to get fear out of the process. You've really got to have your own sense of taste and the artist's sense of taste and the vision, and have that be clean of fear. When you're doing a record with somebody, and everyone knows this feeling, and the artist starts to get worried about something, sometimes they're right because they have a great idea. And sometimes they're just afraid. And learning to separate those two is damn tricky. But it's really important. You know, how to handle it is something Ross talked about yesterday. It's more of a production thing. I'll stay out of that because this is a mastering discussion. But handling people's fear from a mastering standpoint just comes down to me saying to you, hey, don't overcompress that. Hey, don't raise the kick and the snare because you think I'm going to smack it back down. Don't do anything for me. Do everything for your step. Turn up the volume knob. Enjoy your fucking day. Make an awesome mix. That is the power that you have as the producer mixer in this case. And the producer's job is to you know, focus on the musical elements. So those are the things that really matter to me. Nothing else matters. I just want it to be awesome. Technically speaking, I've seen it all. I came up doing primarily bad mixes. Now I get primarily good mixes, and that's partly because the evolution of mixing. People are better. There are web forums, and there are people talking online, and the average new mixer is just better now. It's great, but that's just the technical better. What makes things really better is the vision. It's the mix having a vision. Great song, great artist, great mix with vision. That's what I want. All the other technical stuff, no big deal.
Hey, I got another one for you. So, say you're having maybe a slightly off day. What are some things that you would do during your mastering process? Say it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and now you've hit a mental roadblock. What are you doing to try to overcome that?
Well, I actually get started about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Part of it is, if you're self-employed for a lot of years, which I am, you come up with a schedule that kind of allows you to work, at good times. So this answer may not apply. I used to have a day job, and I could answer it from that perspective, but I'll answer it from my perspective now, which is, I get up in the late morning usually, and then the afternoon is often emails and administrative stuff, and I have an assistant, Kate, and so Kate and I will talk, and she's in Columbus, so we'll Skype, and we've got a spreadsheet with a to-do list for the day, so we'll go down through the to-do list and get stuff going, and I might do touch-ups during the afternoon, and then for me, I prefer to do new records at night, but not always. Some days I'm in the mood to do new stuff during the day. So for me, a normal day is to do a full record and to do some touch-up stuff from some past stuff, previous days, what have you, and maybe deliver some DDPs on stuff that's been approved. So there's some administrative day, there's some new day, but the creative part of the day, if you will, creative, if we're going to define that for mastering as doing the new stuff, is a small part of the day. So what you want to do for that is just make sure you're in the right place, and if you're not, get some food, watch some TV, hang out with a friend. I take rides on my motorcycle. Whatever you have to do to let it go. Mastering is about perspective. So whatever I need to do to be in my best perspective, that's what I want to do. And even while I'm working, I'll be on Facebook, or back in the day I was on Gear Sluts a lot. Like anything to distract me from what I'm doing so that I can come back with fresh ears. Because mastering, more than anything, but I would say same goes for producing or engineering. It's about freshness. It's about bringing your best self back to a thing and having a first impression. So, whatever you need to do to hit that reset button. Certain foods you need to eat. You have a cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee, but some people take a walk. Famous story. Albert Einstein. He used to always take walks, and he said he solved almost all of his problems on walks. He'd get outside, just be looking at a tree, and shit would pop in his head. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's it," and he'd been thinking about it all day in the lab. It's kind of like that for engineering. There's only a certain amount of beating yourself up you can do. If it doesn't come fairly easy, you probably need to get in a better place, and it's up to everybody to figure out how to do that. Now, if you have a day job, that's a different thing. Then you have a more structured situation. So, you really have to figure out how to ride the zeitgeist of a given day. Maybe you can work every day. Maybe some days you can't. And you definitely have to schedule time off. I tend to work 6 days a week, sometimes 5, and then sometimes I'll take 3 or 4 days off. Just take some time. Like last week, I went with my girlfriend and my mom and went up to Big Sur and Carmel, the most beautiful coastline you'd ever want to see. And that was very refreshing. And I came back and I had a ton of work to do, and I just worked for the last 2 days. And the work was good because I was in a good place. I was tired, but it's okay because I'm in a good place. So tired isn't the thing. It's all about our emotional state and our clarity. That goes back to the first thing, where we have to keep ourselves clean. We have to learn how to let go of tension and use it to remind us of what we're doing. Does that help?
That's really awesome. Very awesome.
Okay. All right, cool.
Hey, what's happening, Brian? Thank you, man.
Hey, Ben. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Did your wife got some quality time yesterday with you?
Yeah, pure castration when I got off, but it worked out.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, at least she was interested in your. Oh, never mind. Okay. So,
I forgot we're on the air. Whoops.
How can I help?
Oh, thank you, man. I had some questions. I've been asked to do a bunch of mastering, but mastering is just not my forte, and I'm a real feel-oriented person with music, and mastering can be a little technical for my thought process, how it works. But couple questions. One question is, with Redbook and ISRC codes and metadata and all that kind of stuff, is there a program that you would recommend a beginner to be able to just easily input all that data when you deliver a master?
Yeah, I mean, I work in Sequoia, which has, DDP kind of creation in it, so all of that is part of the process. I honestly don't know. I'm sure you could look it up pretty quick, maybe try Gearsluts or something, but it's just got it all in there for me, so I do that as part of the DDP creation process.
I appreciate that. I'll check into that. Another question I had was, a client sent me a track to get mastered, and I don't really understand. When he sent me the reference tracks, they're all in the red in Pro Tools clipping, and so I get confused when I get those final mixes and they're clipping in Pro Tools. What is happening? Because I was assuming that you don't really want to see that in a final master.
You're saying the references they sent are their mix that they liked, or other people's stuff that they sent?
Like commercial mixes that are out there. They grab them off a record, they send it to me, I pull them into Pro Tools, and it's in the red from like beat one, and I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that they've grabbed like oversampled MP3s or something that ended up clipping because of oversampling. It could be like a third generation rip or something like that.
Okay.
I don't get a lot of that, or almost none of that, thank God. So I don't know what to tell you there. I mean, the main thing is, you need to find someone to master instead of you. I mean, it doesn't help to just make money doing things that aren't our forte, and I'll explain why. I used to produce records. I had a 16-track 2-inch studio, tons of outboard shit. Before that, I was an artist, a musician. I was in a band for 15 years. I sing, play guitar, I play piano. Some people think I'm really awesome at guitar, for example, or some people love the productions I did. But the truth of the matter is that what I was really doing in all of that was exploring tone and vibe. And so getting to know who you are and what you're really about is the only way that you're ever going to make real money and be satisfied as a human being in life. So a pickup gig, doing something that isn't really you, is hard to turn down. I get that. But it's actually wasting your precious time on the earth, keeping you from moving towards your truer path as a person, which is where your satisfaction is going to be. So mastering is a very different mindset. I can mix. I've sent mixes, even recently I did for a friend. I sent them to Chad on something that he mixed. And, my mixes were okay. But when Chad's mixes of the same material came back, it's mind-blowing. Because he's a mixer. And when someone who is a mixer or is a mastering engineer does a record, it should really speak that way. And also your just commercial identity is diluted in terms of what you do. If you want people to come to you for producing, or you want people to come to you for mixing, or you want people to come to you as a co-songwriter, or you want people to come to you as a sideman pianist on the road, you have to define yourself to some extent as soon as you can. Now, for creative people, this is hard, and it was hard for me. It took me a long time to give up producing and mixing because it's fun and it's fulfilling and da-da-da. Well, but here's the thing. As soon as I did that and put the focus, things came together. So I'm not saying that you aren't a mastering engineer, but you said you probably aren't.
Oh yeah, I'm clear about it. You know, I send when I'm producing, I send all my mixes out. I just get the occasional gig. Sometimes turn them down, sometimes take them on, but
yeah,
I find that, you know, like as far as the producing, it's good to have some experience on all aspects. You know, that way that when you do hand over stuff to a mastering engineer or you're hiring a session player, you've done some sessions yourself. You know, it's
absolutely.
Good. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm not beating you up, Ben. I'm just saying, you know, we all need to. It's a journey of figuring out what are the one or two things that we're really best at, you know, and what we want to be doing. So yeah, I mean, yeah, do a couple gigs here and there, but just keep in mind it's just time you're not doing what you really are probably meant to do.
Absolutely. Last question. RMS, and when you're delivering masters for film and television versus a record, can you talk a little bit about those industry standards in terms of loudness and kind of delivery specs? What a and also maybe internet, let's say commercials, streaming audio versus broadcast audio versus a record.
Right. Well, my world is mostly all original music. Some of it goes to movie soundtracks. Some of it goes to television commercials. I've done a couple of like 2-track movie thing. I mean, I don't do surround movie mixing or surround movie mastering rather. So I've done a couple of like 2-track movie soundtrack things, and I just kept it, you know, not in any standardized way, but I just kept it as loud as it could still be dynamic. If that makes sense?
Yeah.
So I'm really not the best person to answer on the film side. As far as, you know, doing original creative music, some of which gets licensed, some of which gets into film or TV, that's licensing obviously, and all of which gets knocked down to MP3 or what have you. My take on that is remarkably simple. It goes back to the thing of just doing one thing well. You know, I make it sound good and get the client happy, and we do a singularity of presentation. So, for example, you know, the Black Keys song "Tighten Up" has been licensed. I was told, this may be incorrect, but I was told it's been licensed more than anything previous to it. And let's say that's not true, but it's in the top 5. It was licensed like 300-400 times or something.
Wow.
So, I mean, maybe there's a Michael Jackson song or a David Bowie song or what have you. But my take on that is it was done a lot. It goes back to the thing of just doing. Sorry, the audio got weird for a second. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah? Okay. So I don't have a really helpful technical answer there. To me, it's just do one thing well. You mean my style, if I have a style, it does lean towards low mid-range and low end that's fairly full, moves some air, and so it ends up, you know, transferring pretty well down to MP3s, etc. But I don't do anything with any of that in mind. I do a singular result. And again, I don't do things that are super bright. So again, my style transfers well to, you know, compression schemes, etc. But I don't do it for that reason. That's just a fortunate benefit.
Cool. I appreciate it. Thank you, bud.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian. How are you?
Hey, who's next? Is it James?
I'm James. Yeah.
How you doing?
Hey, man, it's going good. Man, I'm really digging the Leaf Fields, that Rhythm and Blues album, Imogene. I mean, I like that stuff. But it sounds like it's already on a LP, on vinyl, you know. So I was wondering, like, you know, with the resurgence of vinyl, man, you're not going to have to do anything in your mastering to accommodate the vinyl, are you?
Well,
I know
I do a little. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I just know that, you know, the way the loudness wars are going, I don't know if the grooves are that going to be able to accommodate the needle anymore. maybe the mastering's going to have to back off some?
Well, again, I can't speak for other people, but I'm assuming it's fairly similar answer that you would get.
I'm really digging the lead.
That I back down the dynamics for the vinyl pre-master and do a couple of other things. I'm going to look at the low end, going to look at the sibilance, but it's going to be fairly close to the CD. It's just going to have maybe a couple dB more headroom, and this is less limiting. So if there's any like minor compression, because again I don't do a lot of compressing as I said earlier, but if there's a minor compressing that went on as part of my production side, that's still going to be there, but it's going to get less on the limiting end. So maybe 2.5 dB more, and it's surprisingly big, 2.5 dB, and that's kind of my normal place to go. If I go too much further, then it ends up losing some of the, the packaging that happened in terms of the processing. But most of the time, I'm going to do just a little teeny bit of difference, and it's going to be more dynamic. And the teeny bit of difference, again, checking the sibilance, checking the low end, like 125 and under, and then printing it from there. But the vinyl process is fascinatingly complex, and I don't want to insult anyone's intelligence, but it's basically 3 components. There's the thing I send, which is a pre-master, just a digital file. Then there's the cutter, actual cutting, and then there's the pressing stage, which actually has a couple steps to it. They make a master stamper and they stamp it out. So, vinyl can go wrong pretty quickly at a lot of places along the line. So it's interesting, to see how vinyl comes back from different plants and whatnot. I try to get my people to use, a couple of different cutters that I like. But really, it's all so intertwined. The alchemy of it is quite interesting. But back to your point, are things too slammed for vinyl? Blah blah. Not really. Not really. It's there's a cocktail between compression and frequency balance, and there's always room to carve out energetic space. And maybe I'm just maybe I'm unique in this, but I actually think that the whole loudness situation has peaked. Haha. I think it's not so bad, and I don't have a problem making loud records that move air in the first place. There's some things I do that part of my process that I've always been able to make pretty loud records that still move air and have low end, and that's that's something I'm very proud of. When I was getting better and I was listening to other people's work, I would listen to some mastering engineers who were really known for loud records, and I would kind of see what they were doing, and it gave me a challenge to shoot for, that I could do my own comfort level with sound in terms of frequencies and compression, but I could also get that kind of level, so I don't think things are that bad really now. And vinyl is always going to be a little more dynamic, assuming that other people are doing what I'm doing, which is backing it down. And I think most people are. So it's worth hearing the vinyl. There's a good example of a lot of records I do now are getting cut to vinyl. I think more and more every year. And one record that comes to mind was the Dr. John record that ended up winning the Blues Grammy in 2012. And that was done under a little bit of a time crunch. And it was about 4 in the morning, and I was driving back to my place, and I was listening to what was going to be the vinyl pre-master. And I was listening to it in the car on the drive home, and I thought, wow, I think it was only 1.5 dB more dynamic at the limiter end. Everything else was the same. I didn't change anything, I don't believe. And I thought, wow, this is really cool. this makes Dr. John sound more like 60s Dr. John as opposed to a current release Dr. John. And I ran it by Dan, and I said, you know, check this out. And he listened, and he was like, yeah, I think it's really cool. But he and I both kind of agreed. We went through the step of thinking it was cool, and then we came back to, yeah, but the slightly less dynamic one, even though it's a dB.5, in terms of psychoacoustics and perception and all the subtleties which go into how people hear music, that was the one for the CD, because it was just a little more modern. And so it had really two different flavors. So if you get that Dr. John, you can line up the vinyl and the CD, and you can hear a dB.5, and you can hear a cutter, and you can hear the pressing, and you can hear the difference with, I'm pretty sure, nothing else that I did. I think it's just a dB.5 of difference. And that's a good record to experiment with. You know, I mean, but pretty much all the records I've done, if you get the vinyl, you're going to hear around 2 to 2.5 dB more, and a very subtle tweak, maybe low end, maybe sibilance. That's it.
Yeah, Dr. John's old school anyway. I don't know if you can make him sound too new. He's just got that, you know, the old bluesy feel to him.
Yeah. Well, that's why we needed that little extra push for the new release, and you know, it worked out well. But if you want it to sound a little more old school, you listen to vinyl, and it's really nice.
Yeah. Hey, you were talking about you know, to find, you know, where you're going and be who you naturally are. Now, you said you were a musician for a while. What was the point where you said, you know what, I'm going to go and do mixing? And then you did mixing, and then you said,
well, yeah, it's a long story. I'll make it as quick as I can. I mean, I'm 47. I started playing guitar when I was 11. When I was 18, I was a professional guitarist, sideman in New York City. I sang a few songs. It was like mostly a cover band with some originals, these Irish guys called Open Kitchen, my good friends to this day. And I came out of that, and I spent 7 years studying with Guitarcraft and Robert Fripp. So, you know, playing in 7 and 13 and meditating every day and working on fundamentals of physical body mechanics and really getting to know myself from the inside out. This really had nothing to do with worldly success or writing songs or performing, really, or any of that. It was more about getting to know myself as a person from the inside. And coming out of that, I got into a band that I was in, the band called Nude, and we were a band for, I don't know if it was 15 years or 16 years, and we made like 5 records. And the first couple records we did with a friend, and Rob Brumfield. Rob's passed away, sadly, but I started to, it was one day in the studio recording the first record. I was tracking guitar, I had my pedals, I was out in this big main room, I'm looking through the glass, you know, everyone's in there, it's like 4 in the morning, I'm doing some guitar part, and I had this like moment of clarity where I was so taken. It was almost like a psychedelic kind of crazy moment where I was so taken by the fact that it was just electricity. It was electricity down these cables, and then it was this waveform coming out, and it started to pique my interest into the notion of the kind of the wave nature of music, that it's all just vibration. So I stayed in the band, and we worked and we did things, and we were never like trying to write hits. We were more about just the process of being a cool rock band, of doing something original and doing something that felt good to us. It had a lot of integrity to it, and it wasn't really too concerned with the pop components. And towards the end of that process, at the point where we were just getting together like, you know, every Wednesday, and half the days we'd talk politics, and then we'd record for a while and shoot the shit as family and girlfriends or wives at that point. Towards the end of that process, you know, I'd still been producing, I'd been mastering. So at this point, I'm doing like all 3 things. And then, you know, I'd been just overwhelmed with it. You know, I was this sort of obsessive worker, you know, A-Bing stuff and Used to practice for 4 and 5 hours a day, and I was just kind of getting tired of being obsessive about everything. And the work that I was doing was getting better. I'm totally self-taught, so it took a while. The mastering was getting better. The productions were good. And so it just organically, sort of one thing kind of led into the other. You know, it's like you can't tell yourself not to be attracted to things. You know, you see a pretty girl or a cute guy, if you're into that, you're attracted. You know, you're automatically attracted to things. You can't tell yourself, oh, I shouldn't be attracted to that. You know, like this is the problem that junkies have. They just like that heroin. You know, that's why I never tried it, because I probably would like it too. You know, so you can't help but be attracted to all the different things that you're attracted to. But hopefully over time you kind of weed through those things. And, you know, for me it just was an organic thing. And the last record I did with the band, I in my thank you notes, I thanked a bunch of mastering clients, because at that point I was becoming inspired by the work of other people. It was really cool to be helping other people. It was cooler to me to help other people than to be the front man. I didn't need that kind of attention. And the stage thing of dragging the equipment around, and my back would be sore before I started the damn gig. And then you got to get off the stage, and you know, so inevitably it just sort of led to this thing where I was very fulfilled by playing a role of service to other people's creative needs. And I was making a really strong impact with mastering. And then, you know, no one knew who I was except my clients at the time, none of which were well-known people. And what happens for all of us is we, you know, if we're good at what we do, more and more people will know what we do, and then eventually it sort of breaks over into other strata. So then, like a new strata, people will hear about us, and they'll want to work with us. And these strata can go on, you know, probably for quite some time. So for me, the big leap in strata was with the Brothers record, which was in not that long ago. And the day before that record came out, and the day after, I was doing the same work. I was the same mastering engineer. I can still play guitar like I can play. I can still produce records to this day. But at that point, now the whole world sort of saw what I could do. And then that got so overwhelmingly busy that I just couldn't do the rest. But by then it was okay, because I had gone through the stages of like, all right, well, I can always do this in my free time or whatever. But I've got records to do. You know, and I've been working 6 days a week, 5-6 days a week, you know, for going on, you know, solid 5 years probably. And before that, I was busier every year anyway. So, you know, for me, it was this very organic kind of, mastering just got busier over a period of years. And then somewhere along the line, there was some big strata jump. And then at the same time, just as a person, I was just growing through figuring out what I needed and what I didn't need. And it's very satisfying for me to, you know, really excite my clients. To have people say to me, like, that's the best mastering I've ever gotten back. Or, I'm not going to go into it, but there's a host of nice things that people say. I get gifts. I get Christmas cards, you know, and I have a lifestyle that suits me. And that's just something we all have to kind of sort through over time. You can't make yourself stop doing things. You have to work through the process. And creative people like to do a bunch of shit. We like to do all kinds of stuff. But commerce is different than that. Commerce is about niche marketing. In commerce, you're known for a thing. And if it's too many things, it's confusing. And people don't trust it. You have to look at the world as being primarily selfish and insecure. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, we're all human. So, you know, if I'm going to come to James Prey for X, I need to know that James does X well. And if James sets out to say, this is what I do these other things too, you know, you want the other things to to benefit the image of the thing you really do. And so for me, it wasn't something forced. It was just an organic process, you know. And it from like a PR standpoint, it sounds real good now. It sounds like I had this like great plan, you know, because I've done all the other 5 steps. I've done them well. I've done them for years. I've written the songs. I've loaded the gear in and out of the show. I've played the shows. You know, I've produced the records. I've mixed from tape. I've mixed in the box. I've done all the steps before my step. So it sounds real good, but it wasn't a plan. You just have to go along the road and see where it leads you and what you really need.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, I was wondering, Herb Trawick, he says that you know, when you can no longer take care of your business, that's when you need a manager. In a way, have you ever found yourself to need a manager, or do you even think about that?
Well, Herb's a manager.
Right, yeah.
No, when you no longer take care of your business, you need a manager. Yeah, I mean, I look at it more like when you no longer want to do all the jobs of your business, then you need a team. I mean, all music making is teamwork. All success is teamwork. You know, diva artists and diva managers don't last. It's all about teamwork. Diva engineers, obviously, don't last. So, to me, it's about team. So, a few years ago, I knew I needed help. A number of years ago, I knew I needed help. You know, I don't know how many emails a day. It might be 60 or 80. I don't know. I have no idea at this point. I used to know. But I have someone who does that. That's why I don't know. So, two and a half years ago, I got an assistant, my dear friend Kate, who is still in Columbus, and she does all the billing, and she does all the money, and most of the negotiating, and all of the paperwork, and most of the emails. Now, she and I share a Gmail account, so in the beginning, I could look over her emails, and to this day, I can look over her emails, or I might decide to jump in a conversation in the middle of it. So that's what really works for me, is I have someone who's speaking with my voice, doing the mundane, repetitive shit that I just, you know, was distracting me from working. And when she came on, like the next year, you know, business went up. You know, the bottom line was improved dramatically, because the amount of time it takes to do that kind of stuff is pretty intense. And for those people who don't have that, which I'm assuming is a lot of people who are watching, it is a trick to going back to the original conversation about being relaxed. You've got to be able to structure your day. You know, some people maybe wake up in the morning and they do their emails then, and then they work, and then maybe at night they check them. Or maybe you get up in the morning and you're inspired and you have your breakfast or your coffee or whatever, and you do some creative work then, and then you deal with the public, and then you do some more. Whatever. You've got to find a structure that allows your creative time to be precious, your optimum time to be optimized, and then your communication to be optimized. I mean, I have a little piece of sticky tape, a little Dymo taper. Each email an honor. It says right in front of me, because that's the mindset that I believe that we all have to have. If someone contacts me, it's an honor. Now, people will contact me and be very gracious to me. They'll kiss my ass. They'll thank me so much in advance. They haven't even heard it, but they're super excited that I'm going to do their record. Well, you know what? I feel the same way. I feel the same way. I'm excited, they're excited, and they're going to offer me up some cash to make some music awesome, because that's what I like to do. Vibrationally improving music, it turns out, is what I was doing the whole time. As a guitar player, I was into tone, not hooks. As a producer, I was into tone. And as a mastering engineer, I just do tone. I just do vibe. So I'm doing the thing that I really love to do. And I'm thankful when people come to me to do it. And you have to be in that mindset. So if you don't have help, you know, you got to structure it. You know, in the same way that if I'm working on music and I'm judgmental about it, I need to take a break. And if I'm getting emails and someone's asking me a question that I've already answered 3 times, or a question that I've answered 600 times, I can't. You can't be shitty with people, because that's just not right. They don't have to come to me. And let's face it, we are making music. I make money making music. Come on. We're not digging ditches here. We're not working on the roof in 120 degrees. We are all part of a team of people who are supporting artists to take that moment of inspiration and get it to an audience. This is a damn good gig. So whatever you have to do to stay in that mindset, that's what you got to do. For me, there was a period where I had a manager out here, and he's a good guy. He tried hard, but it didn't make any more sense to me than doing it on my own. There may be a manager another day for me. I don't know. But I've mostly done it on my own. Mostly on my own, and now I've got the helper, you know, administrative assistant. So that just allows me to do the you know, the fun work, the creative work.
That's great. Yeah, I was talking to Ross yesterday, and he's saying the same thing. He's not a fireman putting his life out on the line, you know. So his job is just to, I mean, work his ass off to have fun. And it's
yeah. I mean, the energy of each person. I mean, to be super esoteric, going back to my 6 steps, what we're doing in music making is infusing energy into a creative process from inspiration to product. So the energy of our communication right now, if you were my client, is part of the energy that I'm going to take into your project. And the energy that I'm going to bring into your project is going to be how I alter the energy at 3K or the energy of a transient. And all of this energy transmission that we're doing is the game. That's it. So at all times, all steps of what we're doing, that has to be the priority. Making that go well only benefits the product, which only benefits me, which only benefits you. You know, it's okay to be selfish. We're all selfish. We all want to look good and be good, but for engineers, that's service. And for artists, that's, in a sense, it's service. Even a pop artist serves by being an icon. You know, they have a muse element, they have a commercial element, they serve, sometimes they serve corporations, but they serve their audience as an icon. You know, an inspirational musician, like a jazz musician, or, you know, King Crimson, or that's had, you know, they've had one hit, Schizoid Man, in 45 years. Like, name a band that's got one single in 45 years, King Crimson. So, but they've inspired, they've served. So we all inspire and serve, and we've got to figure out ways to stay in that place, whether it be manager, or in my case, administrative assistant, or if you don't have those things, then it's the way you structure your day. Because I couldn't get to the place where I needed that kind of help if I didn't do the work in myself first to be able to do all the jobs and to have it go well. You know, so it all starts with you. You don't need people outside of yourself. You need nothing outside of yourself. You do the work on the inside, and then people will come to you. They will be attracted to what you have to offer because they're selfish too, and they want a piece of what you can give them.
All right. I think Vladdy wants a piece of what you can give him. Go ahead, Vladdy.
Hey guys, pretty good to see you again. And Brian, thanks for doing this, man.
It's my pleasure, Vladdy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I've got a little technical question just to keep the balance.
Yeah, let's do it.
So I was doing some EQ on my master fader today, and I wanted to ask you something regarding the EQ workflow. So when you hear something in this singularity you were talking about, the whole mix, when you hear a frequency that bothers you, how do you for instance, you think it's 300K. How do you check if it's the right frequency? Is it by boosting the actual frequency or cutting it out?
Well, you know, there are a lot of schools on this. The answer is there are options. There isn't one way of doing it. Some people will do the school of a narrow notch boost, and they'll do the boost until it jumps, and then they'll cut. And that's a perfectly good way to do it. You know, your boost could be 3 or 4 dB. It could be 12. Whatever you would need to tell your brain, okay, that's the one that's bugging me. For me, I don't do that because if a frequency is bugging me, the last thing I want is more of it. That actually takes me out of the place that I want to be. So my thing is about getting it where I hear it, not making it worse to get it where I hear it, if that makes sense. So for me, I will just cut. You know, I have like a narrow cut, say, and I'll move it around until I like it, and then play with the width of it. And you know, sometimes, you know, cutting frequencies is not it's not about, you know, some kind of a math problem where you're like, oh, okay, that's an E note, so it's like a 128 or whatever's an E. You know, you do the math. No, because you're hearing harmonic content in all of music, and the fundamental note of anything is kind of irrelevant. You wouldn't know that it's a bass guitar or a piano or a sousaphone if they were all playing the same fundamental note. You wouldn't know what that was without the harmonics. It's the harmonics of a note that tell you what the thing is. And so harmonics are everywhere just as much as fundamentals, and the harmonics might be in the way just as much as the fundamental. So there's a lifetime's worth of art and investigation and study in terms of the craft of boosting and cutting. The craft of boosting and cutting is a lifetime's worth of study. So you can do it a bunch of ways. My particular way is to, you know, grab a deep cut and slide it around until I like it. But sometimes that might be on the front end of where the actual problem is. But I want that fundamental. You know, I'm not trying to. Mastering isn't about making things technically homogeneously even. That's not it. To me, that's a total failure. That's like generic mastering. What I'm interested in is the maximum musicality from the track. So there are things in tracks that we want to jump out. If you're a mixer and you're mixing everything even, you should get a gig as a live mixer, because that's what live mixing is. Live mixing, you kind of set it up so that it's even. You let the artist do the dynamics, and you have a cocktail. And just make sure that there's no feedback for the monitors. Mixing is about pushing and pulling and manipulating what's there so that things do jump out, so that there is something weird or exciting or different. Sometimes a little shaker right in your face is perfect, or sometimes that little shaker, barely audible, panned hard left, is the coolest part of the tune. You know, and this is where the democratization of mixing doesn't work. You get a band in the room, I don't care if it's a rock band or a country band or whatever, everybody wants to hear themselves. Well, that's not the point, because the coolest thing in some records is barely audible with a weird little effect on it, and it's over to the side. And so in mastering, all of that, all those rules still apply. I'm not trying to even everything out so that it's this homogeneous frequency blend. I'm trying to respect what is jumping out of the mix, just not jumping too far. We don't want it to be a mess on certain systems and not on other systems. We want it to be technically right, but we want to respect what's interesting about the mix while doing that. So for me, the boost thing has two problems with it for me. Again, a lot of people use this, and I recommend you try it and see if you like it. If you do a narrow boost to find the point, you're putting yourself in a technical mindset for that 5 seconds. You're like, where's that thing? Is it 300? No, is it 800? Is it 500? Oh gosh, no, it was 1K. Okay. Well, in that moment, for me, I've lost touch with the music. So I don't want to do that. But for a lot of people, that really works. And in production and engineering, you're not in the same kind of moment I'm in. When I sit down with a song or a record, it's a very intense moment. It's a cohesive, fully focused, musically oriented moment. And so I know what the frequency is already. I don't have to look for it. So I'm going to go where it might be, and I'm going to play around it to try and preserve some of what's funky or interesting or jumping about that tune, but still solve the problem, quote unquote. Does that make sense?
Sure. Thanks a lot, Brian. It's really cool.
Yeah, so you can be musical. I do it real musically, and I just sort of cut and search. And sometimes I lean into it, and sometimes I lean out of it to try and blend it to preserve what's interesting. But in terms of, learning, what you can do is just sit down and just do a peak boost and go through a bunch of music and just do it like a science project. You can just sit down and learn frequencies. You can teach yourself frequencies by bringing up a track and going through it. It shouldn't take too long. Bring up a dozen tracks, go through all of them, swing it back and forth. You'll find the points. Anyway, who's next?
Thanks.
Unmute yourself, Mark.
Somebody.
Hey, how's it going, Brian?
That.
What's that?
Is it Mark? Hey, Mark, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
Good. Some love for the hometown, Columbus, Ohio. Yeah. Mark Abrams.
Cool. So I had a couple things. One is like a comment, and then another one would be a question. So a lot of the stuff that you talk about, kind of with obsession and fear, and kind of coming from that sort of outward vision on things, that kind of speaks a lot to me, because I find myself definitely obsessing about, is this the right reverb for a song, or is this, something that somebody with better ears will hear and say, like, oh, that verb is, whatever, that sounds muddy, or that's not clear, and all that kind of stuff. One of the things that kind of changed my outlook on that was the time that you were over here, and I got to watch you do a mix. And one of the things that that Brian did for everybody else, like he shut off the Pro Tools monitor, and he wanted to kind of completely separate from what was going on with Pro Tools. So he was basically like, give me an EQ and a compressor on this stuff, and he had me sort of like just set up the mixer in a way that was really fast for him to just go off a feeling, and he wasn't really paying attention to what was going on the screen, which I thought was incredible. And since then, my TV remote has become one of my favorite things in the studio. It's just kind of like to shut that off and everything. But so that point, like some of the things that you were doing in the mix was, it was stuff that I wouldn't really think to do, sort of from coming from that place of fear, or like obsessing about, is this a good thing to do? There were things like distorting delays and even on vocals that are all kind of neat tricks, and there's a lot of tutorials and stuff like that out there, but you were doing from a place of like you're just going until something felt right, and it didn't really matter if it was over distorted or not. You would dial it back later or something like that. I was kind of wondering, like, for me, that was a point watching you do that where it said, okay, this is kind of a neat thing to watch him do that. Maybe I'll start incorporating some of those things. So I'm kind of wondering if you ever had a moment where you saw like another mentor do that, or if that was like if you can kind of go back to a point where you said, like, man, I'm really worried about doing this stuff correct all the time. I'm going to just start experimenting more.
Yeah, well, the thing for me is that there's never been. I mean, I'm not real big on rules, and I actually sort of had to work the other way. I had the 12 refs that I mentioned earlier that everyone should have. As a mastering engineer, I had these 12 refs way back in the day to help kind of define the circle of options, or the sphere of options, and that sort of helped me to play in the middle of it. So it I don't know if this helps, but it just comes very easily for me to experiment. I mean, I do know, someone like Chad Blake would be someone that, if you could read up on all his stuff, or go over to the next time he does Mix with the Masters, or he's got a bunch of videos online. You know, Chad's words on it, I think, are really helpful from the standpoint that I'm talking about, which is letting go of fear-based mindset. The respect for the source material just gets overwhelming for people at the mixing stage.
Mm-hmm.
And particularly like in your case or many people's where you're tracking it. So to have that division of tracking time is separate from mixing time is really important, because at tracking time you are being respectful. You're respecting the source material. You're respecting the artist and their intentions and the song and etc., etc., etc. But at mixing time, it's time to throw all of that away. And that's a very tricky little thing to do. Because at mixing time, too much respect will make a boring mix.
Right.
And those of us who tend towards engineering tend to be on the geeky side anyway, so we tend to be kind of respectful people anyway. You know, like, oh, can we do that? Are we breaking these rules? What's the right, you know, how much is the standard? What's the compression and the peak? All these kind of questions. So we tend to be by nature kind of on the a little bit fearful side of not wanting to upset the apple cart. But really, from a mix standpoint, the funky apple cart is the only one worth listening to. So taking a little break mentally, emotionally, between the step of the tracking and the mixing, and figuring out how to be in the mixing mindset versus the tracking mindset is the really valuable thing. And you know, mixers like Chad would be a good place to go, because he really is of that sort of I think his phrase is reckless abandon. He's of the reckless abandon mindset. You know, let's crank the panning and let's push the distortion and let's just kind of go for it. We can always scale it back.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like I helped a friend with some tracking a few months ago, and there was a drummer who was very, very creative, funky drummer, like super funky. But his foot was all over the place. And there was concern at the time about his foot not really keeping good time. And I said, look, we can quantize a foot. Any idiot can quantize a foot. But to be creative like he's doing with his hands and his mind and his emotional pushing and pulling and his excitement factor, there's nothing we can do to engineer that in.
Right.
So let's just let him play around the click. He's got a click track. He's all over the place. And let's deal with that later, because we can always do those sort of engineering things. We have more engineering tools than we need right now. We have an infinite supply of things that can perfect and fix. What we don't have is enough, fuck it, I'm just going to do this, because it might be cool, and I like the way that feels. So you have to just push yourself to do those things, knowing full well that you can always dial it back. I mean,
right.
You've got an undo button. You got like how many stages of undo in Pro Tools? I grew up, you know, one generation ago where a mix was running tape, and then everything you wanted to do in the mix you had to put in your head. So as you run through the mix, you got to replicate every damn thing you just did, and then when it gets to that one moment after the bridge, remember to mute and then pull the fader up and down and then pull that delay across the middle. And then
right.
you go back to every other thing you did. And you do that over and over and over. What do we have now? We have like, do one and it's all recorded. Let's do another one. Oh, and it's all recorded. So you're completely free to make any form of mistake you want. In the mistakes is where the fun is.
Right.
So pushing things around and driving things into the red or whatever is your form of, you know, freedom on a particular mix, you know, you definitely want to upset that apple cart. That's what people want to hear. And the same goes with, I mean, I'm getting out of mastering here, but I'm obviously a lot of producer engineer, so I don't want to go too far off. But, you know, I was in with Ross's conversation yesterday, and you know, a lot of times, like he was saying, you know, the intention you must have, but the intention from a singer isn't always the best take. It might be that weird one little word they did that they're a little uncomfortable with that is actually awesome. So having the confidence to know what's awesome is really a big part of it. And you're only going to get that confidence by experimenting with trusting your own intuitive musical ear. You know, so you just got to force yourself to try things and just listen to them as objectively as you can. Say, oh, what's that sound like? And all of this comes back to the first part of the conversation, which I don't know if you're here, but just talking about, again, what Ross was talking about yesterday. He meditates twice a day. I used to meditate every day, although I don't now. Learning how to be calm and still in ourselves so that we can be a better vehicle for perceiving what we're hearing.
Right.
Fear and intuition are like really close to the same thing. Sometimes intuition about a good thing can feel like fear or vice versa, and sorting those two out is it's a lifelong thing. It's not like I have this down, but it's a thing that I pursue. Like, what's the intuitive right thing versus the fearful thing? You know, when it comes to mastering, I pretty much got it down 99% of the time. I don't act from fear. But if I catch myself being fearful, just like if I catch myself being judgmental, I stop working because I know that that's not the place to be.
Yeah, yeah, I thought that was a really, really interesting concept too, of just stopping and knowing, you know, acknowledging that you're in that place or whatever.
Yeah, so the whole hard work thing and like press on and this like crazy hard work press on ethic and drink more coffee and smoke more cigarettes and nose to the grindstone, like, no, I don't do that.
Right, right.
I do effortlessness. If I'm in the best place, you know, whether you be writing a song or mastering a song, if you're in the best place, things are just flowing.
Right.
You know, not to say it has to be super la-di-da perfect all the time, but it shouldn't be laborious and messy. If it's feeling really laborious and messy, you're either quantizing a snare drum, which is okay, or you're probably needing a break.
Sure. So I did miss like the first 20 minutes or so. Did you talk about the 6-step thing? I
did talk about my 6-step process. I did, yeah. Positive compromise, which was, I think, Bob Olson, the first one to coin that term, or maybe he coined the concept, and I've called it positive compromise. Yeah, at each step you give up something, you gain something more. You work each step up to a fairly high level, not perfectionistically, but okay, we're good, let's move on. You know, we're good, we'll move on.
Cool.
You know, tracking drums, mixing, whatever, and then you get to the end and you get something really great. You know.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, I'll go back and watch the beginning of that. That's cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
You too.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Brian, thank you for kind of confirming an old man's love for music, and that, you know, the art and the craft is not dead. Thank you. It's nice to hear from you young kids that you guys are carrying it on.
No, sir. Well, some of my younger clients have got it down too. So I'm 47. I've got some younger clients who get it too. So no, it's not dead at all.
Yeah. Amen. One of the things that I thought was really interesting that you pointed out was not to mix for your mastering engineer. But yet, one of the things that I have kind of always gotten is preliminary information from a lot of mastering engineers is, yeah, you might want to, you know, maybe not make it as crisp as you think it will, because that's something that I'll do, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And kind of leaning towards that, you know, trying to make my mastering engineers experience with my disasters that I send them to mix. Does it make more sense now that vinyl is making a comeback to try and work your low frequencies and the subs down into mono? And at what point would you recommend that you start to roll everything over into mono?
Well, what part of the world are you in? From your accent, I'm going to say Southern or Nashville.
I'm in North Carolina, originally
North
from
Carolina. Okay. Well, that's neither here nor there, but it's good talking with you about this. You've asked a couple different questions. I'm just going to break it down.
Okay.
Were you here in the beginning?
Not
Okay.
at the very beginning.
Okay. Well, in the very beginning, or maybe when you were there, I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but I was talking about some very esoteric things, which I think are actually very practical things, and they actually apply to your question. So just give me a second to get there. The 6 steps from inspiration to arrangement to tracking to tracking, mixing, mastering. I really believe in the kind of integrity of the 6 steps. So the mixing step for me is, like we just talked about with Mark, it's the step of taking everything you've done before and now focusing 100% on creating mixes that speak emotionally, that connect emotionally, that connect physically with the groove, that connect with clarity with the vocal level, whether it be a super loud pop or a barely loud rock, and taking it a song at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So in my view, any interjection into the mixing process which has overview concepts in mind, mastering concepts in mind, to me is a distraction and a really just a negative into your step.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're working with me, I say do whatever it is you want to do to make this mix awesome. Yes, we're going to do vinyl, but don't worry about that. Yes, I'm going to do stuff with it, but don't worry about that. I'm sort of amazed at how many times I hear this kind of stuff. It's not unique, your story.
Right.
It's like when people ask me in the very beginning, I mentioned of this talk, people ask me, what do you think about my mix? Well, it's your mix. So,
exactly.
If you want to send me the bright thin one, because the bright thin one is what's making everyone in your team excited, that's the one that I want. And I'll tell you an anecdote of that. Was going back to people we keep talking about, going back to Chad in the first Black Keys record I did, the Brothers record. Chad I'd never worked with him. He didn't know me from Adam. And this just speaks to his humanity as a person and his respect. He said, hey, Brian, I've got these mixes ready. Do you want me to send them like 1 dB less limiting? Because he uses like 4 limiters on the 2 bus. He doesn't limit them with them. He uses them like for tone, like you'd use a compressor.
All right.
And I said, well, let me get this straight. You, Chad Blake, basically a legend in the field, and Dan Auerbach, who is an amazing artist, the mixes you like are mix A. And you're asking me if I want to hear mix A down a dB. No, I don't need to hear mix A down a dB, because the one that made you excited was mix A. And they said, well, let me just send them to you just in case. Just being respectful, just being technical, just being, scientific. Let's do the AB. I did the AB. It took about 10 seconds. In every case, that 1 dB of less limiting on the 2 mix, that's all it was to me a glaring musical tragedy. It lost the musicality of the mix, and not in a subtle way. Mm-hmm. So to me, there is an energy of a great mix which has this singular vision that sort of comes together and gets people excited. And all I ever want to hear from people is that. If it's loud, if it's soft, if it's compressed, if it's dynamic, if it's bright, if it's fat on the bottom, I don't care. Because that's what your step is about. That energy that you put into it, which has no fear about the loudness, no fear about the vinyl, no worry about anything down the line. Just let go of worry, turn up your volume knob, and make something awesome. I can handle whatever you send me within my arena and do what I do, quote unquote. I can do that with whatever it is. I really just want awesome mixes of awesome music, awesome songs. And energetically, that awesomeness, if you will, comes from it being free of fear and full of the integrity of your step, which is the mixing step. So it's the same answer as before, but maybe said in a different way. Just do your thing, you know.
So as far as, you know, trying to even forecast whether it's going to go to vinyl or not, don't even worry about it?
Nope, don't worry about it. No, because, you know, as I said earlier, my difference between a vinyl pre-master and the CD thing is somewhere between it's around 2.5 dB of range. I don't go too much more dynamic than that because it tends to fall apart. And 2.5 dB is actually a lot more, musically speaking, when you're talking about a fully fleshed out mix and a fully fleshed out master, that it's actually a lot more punch than you might think. So I'm usually doing more than that to get up to the CD level from the mix in the first place. So we're still talking about doing something to dynamics to get it to the vinyl place. And even if we're not, I mean, there have been times where occasionally people send me things that are slammed more than more than I put them out. It's rare, but I'll get things out. Well, there are things that you can do with equalization to bring back dynamics in a mix. So again, it just goes back to vision. It goes back to musicality. It goes back to that energy where, you know, the one that you and the artist and the producer or whoever's involved, whoever are the decision makers, the one that you all love, and I'm assuming you've listened to it in the studio, a couple monitors, maybe the car, somebody took it home. So you're the first test market. I don't want you thinking technically. I want you all thinking musically.
It's kind of refreshing. Thanks.
Yeah, well, that's kind of my goal here is to get mixers back to mixing. You know, to not be afraid of it.
Again, I guess this isn't necessarily a slam to the mastering engineers, but do you think that's because too many people are, you know, wanting to avoid, you know, the DDR compromise, or they're just not, and I hate to say technically competent, but that's the only thing I can come up with.
Well, I think it's the opposite.
Sign of the times.
I think it's the opposite of that, actually. And you know, and I say this not speaking to any engineer in particular, because we're not talking about anyone. I don't know who you work with. This is a generic statement.
Okay.
But blanket statement: great mastering engineers just want great mixes. Mastering engineers who are more technically oriented, it's not technically incompetent, it's the opposite. It's technically focused. The mastering trade attracts a lot of perfectionistic, more anal, more technical type of people. In a lot of cases. Not everybody, but in a lot of cases. There's a control element to mastering. When no one touches it after me, right? No one touches it after us. That's very controlling. There's the sense of, you know, what we're doing with 2 tracks affects everything that everyone's done before. There's a lot of power in this job.
Yeah.
So it attracts people who are of a certain type in a lot of cases. And so it's actually too technical, I would say. You know, my take on it is that musicality is the goal of a great mastering engineer, and a great mastering engineer wants musical mixes. Because we can do a lot with any mix, but we can't put something in it that isn't there. We can only draw out of it the most that's possible in it.
And if there's little in the content, there's little to bring out. If there's a lot, conversely, there's a lot to bring out.
Right, and a great mastering engineer will find the beauty and the magic and the whatever in the content. And you know, like I said earlier,
It's just a continuation. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get bummed when it's not the greatest blank, in my opinion. It's irrelevant. I'm still going to bring out the things. So I just want the most things to bring out that you can send me. And musicality and fearless engineering, brave, creative, fearless engineering, where things poke and things twist and things take funny turns. That's what's interesting to people. That's what catches people emotionally. A lot of times it's that vocal take that the vocalist thinks is a little funky that becomes the thing. I mean, look at Michael Jackson. He's as known for those quirky sounds that he makes that I would tell you what it is by example, but no one can make those sounds except him. And
Yeah.
quirky little sounds that artists make a lot of times are as much their calling card as the track with the hook. Or some tracks that is the hook. What's that song with the well, my point is that the quirky things are the human things, and the human things make the connection. So the human thing we don't want is fear, and we don't want technical thinking. I can handle what you send me. Just make it musical. Enjoy your job. And turn up the volume knob and have fun. Certain styles are going to be more compressed because that's the way that style sounds cool.
Yeah.
Certain styles are going to be more dynamic because that's the way that style sounds cool. And even within dynamic, natural music, you might really compress something because that's interesting. You know? Or even within super compressed rock music, you might master fader up and down to push and pull through the verses and choruses because you've compressed or limited the shit out of it, and now you have to master fader dynamics back into it.
Yeah.
All good. These are all good ways to get to where we want to go. Where we want to go is where something connects emotionally to the listener, with that from that artist. That's the bridge we're trying to create.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. Well, I'll go back to ignoring my mastering engineers.
There you go. Go back to making awesome mixes, and if they don't do it right, then that's a whole different conversation. But you want to make mixes that you and your artist love, and in that will be a special energy that will connect to the audience. That's who's important. The inspiration connecting to the audience is the job. Everything else is just a means to get there. Let's keep that shit out of the way.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Bob. Bob. Wow. Brian. Okay.
I can be Bob. I don't know. That's the other BL.
You had stated. No, wait. You know what? What could you do with EQ tilt? You had spoke on that on one of the videos. You were using I think it was Alicia.
Yeah, Lysia Alpha, the Alpha comp.
And you were talking about EQ tilt. Why is that so useful, and how?
Well, for me, in mastering, and then I can talk about it from a production standpoint that would be useful to people, but for me in mastering, the ability to do very, very subtle mid-side EQing is helpful in a lot of cases because for whatever reason, most people's monitoring system isn't ideal when you're mixing. You've got equipment and rooms and God knows what else. You're not in a mastering grade situation. So low end is a big tricky spot for most people. You can usually tell the better a mixer by the better way that they handle their low end, to be honest. Better mixes have better low end. And by better, I mean things are just in the right balance for the style. They could be thinner, they could be bigger. That's not the issue. The issue is just frequency to frequency, how is it all laid out? So when I get things in mastering, the low end it's always one of the elements that's, it's a concern. And I would say you probably could poll 100 mastering engineers and they would all say low end is inevitably on the top, one of the top things, one of the top things that they notice. So if you think about the simplest mix in the world, it would be left, center, right. And if you think about the biggest mix in the world, it would be left, center, right of 3 unique mono sources. Like you'd have a bass and a vocal and a drum kit. And that technically speaking would be the biggest mix you could ever make, because you've got full left, full right, and center, mono, 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 completely different from each other. In the real world, that's not the kind of music we produce. Generally speaking, we've got a lot of tracks, and things are centered, like where the power is down the middle, where you got drums, you got lead vocal, you got some kind of lead instrument, you got bass. So we've got like center power, and then we've got everything that's not in the center, all the way out to the hard pan stuff. And there are a lot of schools of mixing I won't get into, but one of them is kind of sticking with the old school cardinal points, left, right, center thing, going back to consoles that had a switch. So if you line up stuff in the middle, and by the middle it might be full on 12 noon, or in a digital world it might be 11 to 1 kind of thing, minus 10 to plus 10 or whatever on Pro Tools. That's kind of your middle, and that's your power. That's your emotional connectivity. That's the vocal, the snare drum, the kick drum, the bass, some kind of instrument. In general speaking pop music, right? Generally. So that stuff down the middle is the equivalent in the left and the right. In other words, that image in the middle isn't in the middle except by being equally put out of both speakers, left and right. Whereas something that's left, panned left, is in the left speaker only, right? This is common sense. Well, when audiences listen to the result of our work, when they listen to mixes, one of the subconscious immediate clues as to style and to some extent quality of recording, we're getting away from musicality here, but speaking technically, is what I refer to as the shape of the V. The V being the way the low end is presented. So, Destiny's Child, pop mixes, the V is very deep. The low end is down the center, and what's on the sides is very high-endy. As you move into like rock music, you get guitars on the sides, and the low end of the guitars comes out here. And if you go even further with your low end, you get into like alternative music, where the center definition is compromised by the amount of messy low end that's on the sides. But that's what makes it sound like alternative or indie music. So there's the shape of the V, which is very much in the hands of the mixer, which determines the style in terms of like subconscious immediate perception to the audience. So you're doing a country singer. If you want to do pop country, you're going to have a V. If you're going to do something that's like more rock country, you're going to have more of like a wider low end to the outside stuff. And if you went all the way out where your widest stuff was super messy down under 500 or under 100, now you've got something that probably doesn't qualify as country. It's just like an alternative thing with a hillbilly singing. Because that's how we perceive style. So in mastering, based on what I'm getting, and the fact that most people's mixing rooms aren't as good as they could be because of other necessities in their situation, I might make a very subtle tweak to the shape of that V to do some things to help clarify the low end in conjunction with some across-the-board EQing. So I might do some across-the-board EQs with some mid-side EQs, and that in conjunction with what the style was coming in alters the shape of the V and the presentation of the low end down the center to where you've got, punchier music that's clearer, but also represents itself on that sort of V scale, if you will, for what the style is. And the very subtle shaping of that can be the difference between a song being perceived as more pop, which might be an awesome thing, or more pop, which might be a cheapening of it. You see what I mean? So the, song to song on a record, same thing. The first song on the record, we might need that to be just a little different than the mix coming in one way or the other. Maybe we want it to be a little bit messier on the sides to have that kind of presentation, or maybe we want it to be just a little cleaner. So I do very subtle, like 99 times out of 100, nobody notices. They just like, oh, I love it. But I'm doing subtle things that respect what came to me, but also help with the presentation plus the low end, which is normal for pretty much, I think every mastering engineer probably would tell you it's a big thing. You might not make a big change down there, but you're going to do some things on the bottom. You know, the things I do are to try to respect whatever bumps are going on as part of the musicality, while at the same time evening them out in a way that helps with translation. And then a lot of times I'll extend low end because I like to move drivers. So if people don't rein me in on that, I'll make sure there's plenty to move a driver down there. Does that answer the question?
Yes, pretty damn thorough. Okay. You said earlier that you could compensate for limiters with EQ. How would you do that?
Well, it's case by case. I mean, it's not ideal. Obviously, if something is overslammed, it's overslammed. You know, the old expression was, you can't undo a bad haircut. Well, that is true. You can't undo a bad haircut. But if you think of it, I think of this in the same category as every other song that I'm working on. There are frequency imbalances in songs. Again, low, mid-range, and low end is often a source of some degree of problem. It may be really subtle, or it may be a big mess. But two-way mixing speakers, generally speaking, mix rooms, generally speaking, there's issues. It's nobody's fault. So carving out some cuts down there, or boosting appropriately at certain places for a kick or near a kick or a bass or a sub or whatever, a combination of cuts and boosts in the low end is, I would hazard to guess, pretty standard practice for mastering engineers to bring life and clarity without losing the balls and the power out of the bottom. So you throw a limiter in the mix, it's the same thing. It's the same thing as every other day. It's just you've got even less dynamic to start with. So something that's been over-compressed, over-limited, generally speaking, is from a lesser room. It's from somebody who's a little less experienced. And so the low end has also got issues. And so there are opportunities in that mix, no different than awesome mixes, to carve out a little bit of energy, either taking away or adding in, to get things moving, to get them hitting you in the chest and getting you moving your ass and, you know, feeling it. But okay. It's not ideal, obviously. It's not ideal, you know.
Right. You spoke about your gear being, your system, your setup being seen as one tool. I was just asking, it wasn't Ross, so it must have been Bob Horn about that. Like I would have, say if I had 5 plugins on a track, and anything following after that, if I then say I come in toward the end of the mix and I did something to that first plugin, everything afterwards is affected. And once I made that realization, I actually started looking at everything as one system. So if I had 5 plugins on, I would have all of them all up on the screen and start tweaking them as one unit. And it changed everything. How has you thinking of it, your setup as one unit, helped you or changed your how you're doing things or made things better for you?
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of, my answer would kind of be the other way around. In other words, what you noticed in your story was that everything is affected by one thing. That's what you noticed. You noticed that if you EQ one guitar, or if you EQ one vocal, or if you compress one thing, that whole chain is affected. But not only is that affected, but I'm going to guess that the whole mix is affected. Right.
Yes.
So the realization there is that everything affects everything else. So like if somebody says to me, you know, as a hypothetical, like, hey, I want you to, like, you know, do something at 2K on that snare, but don't change the low end or whatever. You can see, rationally speaking, that that's just not possible. Because number one, I can't only affect the snare. I have to do the whole mix, or I could do the mids only if it's a mid-side EQ. But I'm still going to affect more than the snare. And if I affected the snare only, even if I was the mixer, the perception of the whole low end changes from that. So the realization you had is the place that I start from, which is that we are dealing in singularity here. This is about oneness all the time. So the trap that people get into on engineering side is getting it into channels in their brain. You know, thinking of it in terms of pieces. It's not. So there's a whole school of mixing, like I think it was Daniel Lanois. Something I read from him back in maybe the 1990. A great producer mixer, and he, you know, he said his way of working was like throw up all the faders, and then hear the whole thing, and then start going at it. And even while he was working, he would have an assistant, because they were running from tape. He'd have an assistant in another room, and 2 channels on Daniel's board. Dan would be listening to 2 channels from his assistant, who was also mixing. So he might steal some of his ideas because he was inspired by what his assistant was doing. But the whole time they're working on it as a singularity. There's a whole other way of thinking, which is like, okay, bring up the kick drum. Let's play with our kick drum. Okay, I like the 808 or whatever. I like that Gretsch, you know, whatever. Then bring up the snare. Da-da. And again, that comes from the live music background. When we do a live music gig, we say, okay, give me the kick, give me the snare, give me the thing, and we do a live mix, right? And that's an okay way of working for our world, but you have to at some point turn that off and just go for the whole, because it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing the whole time. So what you really came to was like your mind went to doing the whole. That's what I hear, at least, in what you're saying. And I'm doing the whole time. So when I tell my story about my chain, it was just, I only tell that because a lot of people move a lot of gear through their rooms. I used to move a lot of gear through my room. And I understand that mindset. But I was very fortunate that there was a day where it clicked. And there hasn't been a day since then. And I've tried. It used to be every December I would play Beat the Chain month. And I would bring new stuff in December, because December tend to be a little slow around Christmas, you know. So I'd play Beat the Chain month. I'd bring in gear and I'd stick it in here, and it made it go backwards. So for me, because the chain is so simple and it's high quality, simple stuff, there's some synergistic shit going on here that I can't quite explain. That if I stick anything else in it, it goes backwards. So that's just kind of a fun anecdote for me, who was like the ultimate gear slut. I mean, I was A-being shit till the cows come home, right? And then one day that just sort of stopped. And I was like, oh, thank God. I can now focus on the oneness. I can focus on the music completely. And these are just tools that get me there.
Okay. Tell me about soft clipping to fatten up transients. I heard you say that.
Well, I don't use the soft clip. I'm not sure if I said that in this conversation.
No.
There's a soft clip feature on the Alpha, but I don't use it.
Okay, that just caught me off guard. We've talked about soft clipping in Pensado students, and people, you know, love it. I think even Brad Blackman came in and said a little bit about it. But
yeah, I mean, there are a lot of ways to get there. You know, there's a lot of cool plugins. You know, the Crane Song plugins, and there's a lot of cool plugins for, you know, like channel strip type, analog emulation type stuff. You know, the equivalent of driving the console. My chain is really, in terms of clipping, it's really just you know, limiting via clipping. and then I use the sadly old L2, and that's it.
When you say the L2, are you talking about the software?
I use the hardware.
You have a Waves hardware L2.
Yes, sir. I actually own 3 of them. I've got 2 for backup.
What do those do for you? Different than the plug-in?
I don't know that there's a difference. Some people used to say there was. I never did the AB because the plug-in wouldn't do me any good. I need it hardware. But what it does is it's a horrible limiter over about a dB.
Even the hardware?
Yeah, the hardware. It's horrible.
Wow. Okay.
I have mine set at 1.4 all day long. What it does on the positive is there's a little bit of like a mid-range EQ pop in the vocal area. It's the kind of thing that's kind of, it's just the thing it does. And when my L2 died, because the power supplies die on these occasionally, when it died recently, I tried to do a record without it. It just wasn't right, So I ended up buying 2 more, so now I have 2 spares, and I've had the power supplies rebuilt on both of them. So, if it goes down again, I just throw another one in there. So it's 1.4 dB of limiting, but it's less about that dB. It's more about the mid-range pop that happens with that.
I've been saying for about 2 years now that I'm going to get an L2 hardware to record vocals through to see what would happen. It's like that is a high quality piece of gear, and I'd like to run vocals through it.
I don't know how it would. I mean, do you really need to limit your vocals that much though? I don't know.
I limit my vocals quite a bit more than 1.5 dB.
Right. Well, see, in that case, I don't know if I would use it, but for a vocal, it might be okay, because a vocal is really mid and high. You're not really worried about the low end.
Right.
It might be okay. It might be kind of cool. You might slam it. But they had a newer thing I've never tried, that like max bass or something like that.
Yeah.
You might try that,
See, I would grab tools like max bass, and you guys would be running whole mixes. I'd be running vocals through and seeing what I could come up with.
Hey, try it and see. If you can't hear it, you don't know. So try it and see. I mean, the thing is, there are so many great limiters. Mm-hmm. There's so many great software tools. I mean, I'm a guy who is an analog guy, and if I was starting production now, I would have a Metric Halo ULN8 and Sound Toys package, and a front end maybe like a Mike E from Empirical Labs that's got a really cool compressor, and maybe a couple of those, and maybe some Shadow Hills pre's or Vetus pre. I like that, and I would just have some outboard pre's, a little bit of pre-compression, a ULN8, and a Bricasti M7, and everything else would be in the box. And I think I would clean up, today, because the tools are amazing. So I don't think you have to go to hardware limiter, but hey, you have to trust yourself. The whole process, it's a very esoteric internal journey type process for the engineer, just like it is for the artist, to get to where they need to go. And whatever intuitive feeling you have, you got to go there. I got to a point where I could look at gear online and just see the picture and kind of knew how it was going to sound. You only get there by doing a lot of A/B testing, and following your gut and learning how to trust your intuition. I'd look at a piece of gear and say, oh yeah, well, I heard one thing from them, and their design aesthetic of their faceplates is X, and therefore that new piece will probably sound like X plus 2 or whatever, So yeah, you got to trust that. Get yourself a piece. But the software is really great now. So whatever works for you, man.
I'm all software, just about. I'm wanting to go and play with gear now. See, I'm opposite you. I was never a gear junkie. I was looking at you guys like you're crazy.
Right.
I'm like, all this software, and you guys are spending all that money on gear.
Right. Well, honestly, my blanket recommendation to anyone, and I'll say to you, I'll repeat something I just said. I really like the ULN8, and that's got pre's that are clean. And then if you want to color the front end of that, you know, a transformer pre, or something like that, Empirical Labs channel strip, which has a compressor section that I think goes into 2 stages. Actually, goes into germanium, so you can do like 20 dB of reduction in that for your vocal tracking. Really, really musically and really vibey. It's got a great vibe. And stuff like that, I think you can't get that with software. That kind of tracking, vocal tracking, pre-compressor kind of stuff. So yeah, I'd get one of those and a ULN8 and a Bricasti M7 and do the rest in the box. I don't think you can go wrong with that stuff.
Why is it that some of this gear can go 16, 20 dB of reduction like that and sound great?
Well, this is how it's made. I mean, if you want to go into like super clean reduction, there's the like the Atomic Squeeze box. There's no real vibe in it. It's just instant, like smooth, really nice musical, stuff. It's just good design, I mean, these guys are brilliant. Both the people who designed those are brilliant people. You're talking about Dave Durr and I forget the Squeezebox guy's name, but those are amazing pieces. But that Mike E piece is a really vibey tracking compressor. The pre is clean, and all the color comes from the comp section.
All right, what about the Manly? Is that the Manly stuff for tracking any of that you know of that you've tested that was just pretty damn good?
It's cleaner. It's not as vibey. I mean, nothing does what that Mike E thing does, and nothing is as clean as, like, the Manly is clean, but then you'll hear it, but not hear it in a way that's I mean, I don't know, I don't want to be negative about that, but to me, the right now on the market, the coolest tracking vocal channel is that Mike E. And then if you wanted something that was like super clean, like for something that was just a cleaner style, I don't know if they still make them anymore, but that Atomic Squeeze box is like ridiculous reduction without noticing anything.
Okay, I'm gonna go check that out.
But most people want to notice. Most people want some distortion, and that's where the Mike E comes in.
Okay. The Sequoia. What, you use Sequoia, right?
I do, yeah. I used Samplitude for a long time, and then Sequoia when the DDP really came into being very common as a master delivery.
What are some awesome things that those can do that other DAWs cannot, for mastering or whatever?
Well, for mastering, I've only used what was it, Wavelab, I think. I used that for a minute. I can't even remember. The nice thing about Sequoia is the object editor is really nice. There's a spectral analyzer where you can kind of like, I can grab just a snippet of audio that's a half-second long, and if there's a little tick or a pop or whatever, you can go in and you can see it on the spectral analyzer, and you can draw it out. Like, you can draw it out within a frequency range of 200 hertz. That's like, a quarter millisecond. So you can actually like draw out little funny noises and bad edits and whatnot. So that's really cool. And then the way that software just handles audio is really good. They're German and they're very precise, and I was never a fan of digital EQs for mastering until I used the one in Sequoia a couple versions ago, and I'll use it as a linear phase thing on the way to my chain. Some people will use it even after, but because of the harmonic content of my chain, I can't do anything to the audio after it comes back to the computer. So when I do a revision for somebody, it's not like an in-the-box revision. It's a complete new pass. But I do use Sequoia going out through the chain in linear phase. And also actually the de-esser is not bad. I use the de-esser occasionally. But it used to be you had like Sonic Solutions and everybody else, and there's one other one that name's escaping me because I'm just not in gear mode anymore. But there's one other one that I think is pretty popular, But Sequoia is used by quite a few people. It's quite nice.
Okay. Feed forward and feedback. Could you tell me about that? Because I'm asking because, again.
Yeah, you're looking at the knobs on the Alpha.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's the AP, like the API.
Yep.
It has you have these settings, and people don't know what the benefits or what they do.
Yeah. Well, without getting too much into the technicals of it, which would be partly boring and partly over my head, feed forward and feedback are going to give you. Feed forward is going to be a more sort of modern sound. Feedback is going to be a little more like thicker, slightly older sound, if you will. I'm a feedback kind of guy. On the Alpha, I don't use the feed forward mode ever. And on the piece you're talking about, like that's at the API 2500.
Yes.
Yeah. I think both may be useful on that one. It's been years since I've heard that, but both would be useful on that one. It's just a little more linear in feed forward mode. It's going to seem a little more mid forward without kind of a low mid bump, and it's going to be a little bit different on how it handles the transient. It's going to have like a kind of a tighter, more modern sound. The feedback's going to be a little more lag and a little more of a low mid thing.
Okay, and you had spoke on one of the videos about why you would use auto attack and release. Would you explain why you would use that? Because like I've seen it, and I would click on it on some of the tools, the plugins. All my stuff is plugins.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what was actually going on, and you were explaining, and I was like, that's pretty cool.
Well, again, for the Alpha Comp, it's sort of in that tool bag category. It's not a normal thing. Mm-hmm. I would use the auto fast on the attack, maybe on the sides only, very rarely, but it would be in a case of like what I call bar stool drums. Like when you've got like a drum fill that's panned across the field that sounds like somebody hitting a bar stool. Like the drums don't really have any tone. It all sounds like top head. So if there's like a really pokey field crossing, bar stool drum fill, I'll kick in the auto fast, and it will grab all the front end of all those transients and smack it down, but let it out at the slower release rate of the knob. And so I would, just in real time, I might just turn that on and off for a 2-second fill or something like that. But generally speaking, I don't use any of those things. Generally speaking, it's just, the normal stuff.
And have you yet did a master where you were in the digital realm only?
I have not. I have never done that. Again, I definitely respect the idea of like, well, no, that's not true. That's not true. I did, there was a metal, like super compressed and limited metal record. And this was a long time ago. And that was just so completely blown up that running it through any analog was just pointless. But I don't get a lot of Super Slam metal records. So there you go. I don't do it very often. No, it's mostly the same chain every day.
And we forgot to ask you your contact information. I should have asked you that at the beginning. What's your contact, your websites and such?
Oh, it's Magic Garden Mastering. Magic Garden, just like it sounds. And emails Brian at Magic Garden Mastering.
Now, in Pensado students, we get into these conversations about linked and unlinked. Why would I use an unlinked compressor? What would that give me, say, on the master fader? If you were to give me advice, and if I were in the box and I had this compressor,
right?
What would be a reason that you would tell me to unlink them or link them or whatever?
Well, I mean, going back to my earlier post, far be it from me to tell anyone how to mix. Having said that, the stuff that I do here isn't necessarily linked. In other words, I think, technically someone else would know this better than I, but from my standpoint, I think, all you want to do is pop it in and out and listen and say what's right. But if I was going to be analytical about it, I think that what's going on with unlinked is it's just creating a little bit more possibility for variation between the left and the right. And in the digital world that we're in, for most people, it's the opposite of how it used to be. It used to be that you were trying to be more technically correct because you were dealing with equipment that was all just, unique and creating all sorts of anomalies on the channels. From, every channel in a Neve console sounds different, and the 2-mix isn't a mathematical 2-mix, etc., etc. So you were always working towards, technically better stuff. And then somewhere around the 80s, solid state came in and things became sort of like more perfected solid state stuff. Then it sort of became generic, and then we've got digital stuff coming a decade later, and then we start throwing color at it. Because, again, there's a balance to be struck. Everything in audio is a balance. And the balance is you want, some variation channel to channel. You want some 2-mix variation left and right, because that's what gives a little bit of the fairy dust of the width of an image. Now, obviously, if you don't have your mix done with nice power down the middle, the width of the image is a pointless conversation. Something we didn't discuss, which I think is very important, is that balance between, I hinted at it before, but that balance between center power and width, and really, hitting that mono button and thinking about what's down the center versus what's on the sides, and thinking about that shape of the V for the style, and doing some aggressive cuts in the low end, whether it be pass cuts or band cuts or shelf cuts or what have you, to sculpt out space, in the mix, so that you can get the power moving down the middle that makes people feel it and moves the woofers. And then you also have the right kind of spice left and right to suit the style, because that ear candy is part of it. But the ear candy is pointless if you don't have sufficient power down the middle. And a big part of what I do with mastering is really listening to that mid to side balance, because mixers need to know that one important step they can all do is experiment with the width of their speakers in their room to get the width to be set up right for their intuitive work. Let me explain what I mean by that. If generally in a room, you're sort of stuck with the physics of your room. So you throw up your bass traps, or maybe you have a built room, which is lovely. And then your next step is, where do the monitors go? And people do a triangle, they do a equilateral triangle, they experiment, what have you. You want to experiment with a lot of elements of this as far as speaker setup. Speaker setup is huge. Monitoring is huge for the mixer. So the part about speaker setup that's important is in a couple components. One is the frequency balance, high, mid, low, and you'll only know that by having references that you can rely on and knowing in your head, well, this reference has got big low end, and this reference has bright top end, and this reference is all mid range. And then you play with your speaker angle. You can play with your tweeter like this. You can play with your side to side. You can play with your front to back. And all of those things, even in as small as 2-inch increments, are going to light up the room in different ways. So that's very important to get that set. And when you're doing that, to get the frequency balance right, the fine tune of frequency balance in your room is mid to side power. What I mean by that is, if your speakers are too narrow in your room, too narrow for your room, what you end up doing is widening out all of the mixes. And no, I'm sorry, I had it backwards. If your speakers are too narrow in the room, no, that's right. If the speakers are too close, you're going to hard pan out, and you're going to pan out more to get a sense of width than you should.
Right, because you'll barely hear it. Right.
Conversely, if your speakers are too wide in your room, As soon as you start to pan out, you're going to feel like, wow, that's really out there. And then what you end up with is mixes that don't have appropriate center power. And center power is where the heart is. It's where the kick is. It's where the vocal is. It's where things drive. So getting the width right in your room, again, based on referring to some references, is a big component, because that's something that once you start working, you can't redo that. Like, you're just going to intuitively go with the flow of your setup. You know, frequency balance you can kind of restructure in your head, but the mid to side situation you kind of can't. That's going to be the image that you think is the image. So if you want that image to translate to the world and give me the least amount of work, or any mastering engineer the most amount of ease, you want to get your frequency balance, but also your mid to side balance right. And that's about placement.
Okay. When you go to mix, now, you do still mix like your own stuff or for fun, right?
Not very often, but occasionally. Not very often, just for friends.
Okay. Now, your mastering knowledge. When you go to mix, what role does that play? And I'm asking because you talked about fixing turds. I did a lot of turd fixing, and then when I went to mix, there was stuff I was able to do, stuff that I understood that the other mixers did not, and so it actually helped me.
Yeah.
Trying to learn about mastering actually helped me in mixing.
Yeah.
Being a mastering engineer, when you go to mix, what are you doing better, understanding better, or doing different? How has mastering helped affected your mixing?
Yeah, well, I mean, let me just say again, like, mixing is, I'm a pretty good mixer, pretty good on the scale of like the A-level people in the world down to the newbies. So you would think my mixes were pretty good, but for me, they're not really that amazing, because my sense of amazing is the work I get from people where that's really their forte. So let me just put that out front. Having said that, what I've learned is, you know, because I listen to a couple thousand songs a year, you know, you just hear what works and what doesn't, whether it be frequency things or production things. There are a lot of objective components to success in connecting with people musically. There is the physics world that we live in, the frequency balance world. There is the transient world. There is the song structure things. You know, I mean, there's not like one way to do a good song, but there are a handful of ways that work better than others, thus all the pop songs of the world that are structured that way. And in terms of sonic interest, you know, things like having the mid power right and having the sides be spicy and interesting and not being afraid, all the things I've talked about that I can hear in people's work, the brave mixes versus the fearful ones, you know, the mixers who are trying to make it loud at mixing versus the ones who are just making it great and letting me take it over from there. You know, I hear all of that. So when I go to mix, which again isn't very often, it's pretty easy for me to get a mix in a really good place. Also because I do it in here, so I've got killer monitoring, you know. I just plug in a little one of those 8-channel control thingies and run it out of the computer. So, but yeah, I hear all the. It takes me 5 seconds to analyze a mix, you know. So, analyzing a mix is a computation full of stuff, and all of that stuff applies when I sit down to do my own mix, you know. It still doesn't make me a great mixer. That's a thing that, you know, is a real lifelong craft, because it's a perspective, and this is something I wanted to mention before and I forgot. Mastering is a mindset. Mixing is a mindset. They are two very different mindsets. When a mixer walks into my room and listens to their mix, they're talking about the snare drum. They're talking about the shaker. They're talking about the, you know, baritone sax or whatever. And I didn't even know there was a baritone sax. I didn't hear that. I'm not listening to those details. I don't give a shit about the snare drum's tone. I'm caring about how the snare drum affects the vocal and how the vocal moves me. So I'm listening to a whole different criteria. And it's important to understand that, you know, we are to some extent born certain ways. And what I learned over the years was that my way of listening, going back to, you know, being stoned in high school and listening to vinyl and Pink Floyd records and all that, is my way of listening was as a mastering engineer. I listened to song sequence. I listened to frequency balance. I listened to harmonic content. I listened to vibe. I listened to overview naturally. A mixer listens to other things. They listen to the presentation of the song one piece at a time. You know, and I listen to the whole thing, the whole song, the whole record, the whole vibe. So we are kind of as we are, and we have to figure that out. And all the people trying to do both things, you know, I'm not trying to hate on people for making a buck. I'm just saying that you're going to find yourself inclined one way or the other, and the way to tell the difference in this conversation is that mastering people listen to overview. I can't tell you how many times that mixers have walked in and said, oh, listen to that blank. And I had to like recalibrate to even hear that blank because I was doing other things. There are as many ways to listen to one song as there are, you know, people on the earth. You know, it's amazing how we all listen very differently. You know, guitar players listen to guitar. You know, mixers listen to mixes, and mastering engineers listen to mastering innately. So yeah, so it has helped me because but I still, you know, when I mix, I still fight. Well, I don't fight it too much, but I just tell myself, hey, turn off that overview thing. Just start pushing faders around and have some fun. Let's make this be vibey and cool. I just have to turn off the overview thing.
When we talk about communication, so I come in and I say to you, I need this to have more gruff, and I need, you know, we use these crazy words, and you were saying that you are pretty good at understanding these words. Like me personally, I sit there and I have to actually, you mean this? Or you mean we go for a while, me trying to get out what they're saying.
Right.
Would you speak on that, please?
Well, I mean, that's, you know, that's each person's kind of, you know, communication craft. You got to work on that. My thing is that, again, you know, every client is different, but I'm going to say most people just tell me to do my thing and then they comment. So what we're really talking about is like the comment phase. So if I've done my thing, you know, sometimes it's like all perfect. That's a good day. Sometimes I miss the overview and I need to redo the overview. That's a not so good day. And in the middle is most days, which is where I basically got the idea and there's a couple songs here or there. So then we get into this, you know, the semantics of music. And it's not something I can really speak to, except you just have to listen and try to understand what they mean. And if you don't, you like you said, you come back with, you know, this or that. Most people I deal with speak a language that I can figure out. You know, occasionally, you know, it's a little bit obtuse, but usually it's pretty manageable for me. I can interpret what they have to say. You know, in producers' world, it's harder because you're dealing with artists directly at the point of creation. And, you know, someone said to me that a quite famous artist came in to a session and said, you know, I want the drums to be West Coast. You know, and that was kind of funny because nobody knew what that was. The artist did, and they figured it out, but, you know, I don't know what West Coast drums are. And that probably changes every couple of years, I guess, if that's a thing. So, you know, it's just, you just have to be in touch with the people and communicate. You know, for me, I'm pretty fortunate. It's not too tricky, but I don't really have any advice to anyone except just don't get frustrated. You know, don't be frustrated with people, and if you don't know, ask. You know, the smartest people in the world ask questions. You know, when people try and bullshit their way through a thing like they don't, you know, like they understand but they don't, that's where you get into trouble. You know, so say, you know, I hear what you're saying, but this part doesn't make sense, and are you saying this or are you saying that? Which sounded like what you were doing. You kind of like, you know, you work your way through it. But you just be respectful and don't be frustrated, because they have something in mind. And you know, at my step, it's pretty straightforward.
All right, Bill had something for you, and James. I don't know which one wants to go first.
Yeah, I'll go.
Bring it on.
Yeah, Brian, it's so cool, man. You're hanging with us, man. Going on, I don't know how many hours here, but so you've taken your life, and you're going down this road, and I see you as somebody that's kind of a techie guy. You know, you're inquisitive, but you've already got your setup. Is there anything that you know? It's like I have a feeling you hadn't reached the end of the road in knowledge. Is there anything that is interesting you? What are you investigating? What keeps you, you know? What keeps you inquisitive? You know, what are you learning right now outside of what you're doing?
Like from a mastering standpoint, or like in life, or
like life, hobbies. You know, are you getting you know, more guitar tones? Are you investigating new tube setups? What kind of hobbies do you have in that?
I pretty much run through all of that.
So what else is there?
Well, I mean, you know, really, it's the day to day. You know, the day to day is what's interesting. You know, it's doing new records. You know, I'm doing a couple records right now that I can't speak to that are really exciting, because they're artists that are I'm sort of known for a certain lane. You know, I mean, I do, like I say, I do 4 records a week, so I do records all across the board, but I'm most known for a certain lane, and I've got a couple records coming through that are a little bit off that path, and so that's, you know, that's fun. I mean, really, what gets me going is just to have, I've got a to-do list every day that Kate, my assistant, works up, and we Skype about it, and I go do it. You know, I'm basically living through the lens of the deadlines of my clients, and you know, in between that, I've got, you know, relationship and you know, family, and I like to go out and see live music. I think live music is really important in my process, because what I do here is about forever. You know, this is about making things that are permanent, and it's a couple steps devoid of the live thing, and the live thing is its own amazing thing. So, you know, I like to go out and see music, but you know, it's other than that, it's a normal life of friends, family, and the job of the day. The job of the day is challenge and exciting enough, and that's really what gets me going every day.
Nice, cool, appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Hey man, what I wanted to know about was, what do you think about what I call full mastering, which is people putting plugins on the tube bus and thinking that they're mastering?
You mean like at the mix stage?
Either one, either at the mix stage where you load it up on the tube bus, or the people who make a mix and then they output that as a 2-track, bring it into a new session, and then sit in the same room as the same person with the same speakers and the same treatment, and then go ahead and try to master it themselves.
Right. Well, I mean, I think I hear what you think in the way you're phrasing it, and I think we agree.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, the truth of the matter is that, as I said before, you know, it is really 2 different mindsets. So from the standpoint of the engineer, you've got to be in 2 different headspaces. Secondly, I don't think we are awesome at both in one lifetime. Just don't think so. I think we are inclined to listen to music through overview or through a more detailed thing. Thirdly, obviously the room is, you know, the same room, and so that's a bad idea. You know, what you want out of your mastering engineer is fresh perspective, and that person doesn't have that. So that's a 4th thing. So we've got the fact that it's 2 mindsets. We've got the fact that no one is going to be awesome at both, and we are compromising our skill at either to be doing the other thing. We've got the fact that the room isn't right for mastering because it's your mix room. and I haven't seen the mix room yet that, you know, would be the mastering room, with the exception of maybe like the Porcupine room at Blackbird or something. So there are very few good things going in that scenario. And then the fact of the perspective. You know, my perspective is all about freshness. When you're producing and mixing a thing, you're going over that dog for hours and days, right? If I listen too long to a thing, I lose my ability to give a shit about it, because my whole take on it is about the freshness.
Sure.
And if I spend too much time with it, it becomes too personal. It loses the inspirational quality. I can be inspired by any piece of music for a limited amount of time. But if I start spending a lot of time with it, my inspiration level for it goes down. And therefore my contribution to it goes down. So I can't imagine somebody who's worked on this thing and has all the internal baggage of all the steps thinking that they're going to sit down and be a contributor at that point in the process. My goal is to sit down with no baggage about it, have no connection to any of it before, except my communication with my contact, make it awesome so that they think it's awesome and I think it's awesome, and make it connect to the audience through my skill set. And in that sense, gloss over, heal, clarify, fix any negatives or any stresses that came before in the other 5 steps. So I see my step as a transformational step where I'm sort of transmuting all the energy that came before and prepping it for the world. I'm at the door to release. And the artist needs trust and confidence in me, because I'm at the place where their baby's going to be judged. And it's going to go from what we thought it could be to what it's really going to be. And I sort of pity the producer-mixer sitting there carrying the weight of all of that and not having the clout and the confidence of the artist, when we know full well that the artist is going to freak out a little bit. I don't care who the artist is. There's going to be an element of, oh shit, it's about to be real. And no one's ever going to mess with it ever again. So I'm in the business of making forever from a fresh perspective, with a particular skill set in a particular room, with only the input that I'm getting and not any of the baggage of what came before. And that frees me up to do the thing in the right way. I don't begrudge anyone for making a buck, but I don't think it's in their selfish interest, or certainly their client's interest, or the interest of the music, to try and carry that weight without the skill set, the perspective, the tools that we have on this end.
It would seem to me that also, as far as the room setup and the mastering engineer consistently having successes at making things that translate, it would seem to me that that would also play into a reason why people would want to send something to an ME. I mean, people don't have, I mean, maybe some people do, but most people don't have successes from their own room of things translating. But like you're saying, you do 4 albums a week or 4 whatever.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was saying that my friend Brad came by and looked at the place, and he was very interested.
Yeah, I heard that part, yeah.
Yeah, because like every mastering engineer has a different room. And in my room, I don't think I said this at the time because I tend to ramble on, but in my room, what's really obvious when anyone listens in here is some things that are not obvious in other rooms. In other words, the listening space is set up to be technically even, but that's just an illusion. There is no technically right room. It also carries with it my perspective on music. So when you're in here, you will notice that the tube amp creates a 3D sense of imaging, which is a palpable kind of like, let's say a 3-foot wide space, kind of in front of and behind the monitors, where everything is right there. Some rooms will start with kind of a sheer wall across the tweeter line, and then they'll go back into infinity. Some rooms will accentuate left and right. They'll be like imaging very clear, like a lot of ribbon tweeters like the Atoms. Any kind of really pointy ribbon type tweeter will give you really dramatic imaging. Some people like that, you know. I've got a palpable kind of 3D physical space, and then I've got really clear power, high, mid, low down the middle that gives you that clear sense of rightness with the power of music. And then I've got width, which isn't overwhelming, but gives you a really nice spatial sense. But it's all very connected. And, you know, those words are just words. It's hard to hear it without hearing it. But those are the elements that I'm interested in more than, say, the infinite reverb tail. You know? So a different amp in my system, even the same room and same speakers, would change the presentation here completely. And that's just the amplifier. A different pair of speakers obviously would change the thing completely. A different room would obviously change the thing completely. So what you're getting into in a mastering room is like not just a technical improvement, but you're getting into like the world of how that person perceives and values music. So the things that I value having to do with the emotion connecting. Connection is very important to me. That's mid-range. The things I value having to do with the sort of palpability of the image as opposed to being like this distant pastiche kind of wallpaper. I want music to like be real and to grab you. So there's this kind of literal like sense of it. You know, if you're here and I throw on a record I've done or someone else has done, you hear the vocalist as if they are right in front of you. I mean, it freaks some people out. They're like, I've never heard that in my life. You feel like you could reach out and touch their face. They are literally like right there. And it's only about 5 feet away because my triangle isn't very big. It's about a 7-foot triangle. So when you come into a mastering situation, you hire someone, you're getting all those things. You know, you're getting this whole other way of dealing with music. It's this very subtle world with very powerful implications. Mastering engineer can completely fuck up your music in like 2 seconds, or the opposite. So it's a very powerful job, and you're hiring all sorts of things when you hire someone else, not just the obvious 4 that we talked about before, which is different room, skill set, perspective, and tools. You know, in my room, and again, I'm mostly unattended, but if people come over to catch a quick revision, or a lot of people just come by to visit, you know, they hear music in here like they've never heard it before, because my room is set up in a way that's different, just like my work is slightly different than other people's work. And all of that is part of hiring someone to do the work. You're allowing them to bring their energy and their taste and their perspective on what's cool about music, you know, in combination with your taste and perspective and energy, you know. So it's not a small thing.
Very cool.
It's actually, I'm sorry, it's kind of huge because on that top of that 4, just listening for the last hour, I'm sorry, my name's Joseph and I'm being rude as hell.
Hi, Joseph.
You're hiring, you know, I'm hiring your psychology.
Yeah, you're hiring the whole person. I mean, what I said in the beginning was the energy of all the people involved.
Yeah.
Is what we hear in the end. Music is energy. It's electricity to drivers that moves air, which creates a vibration in space between people. So everybody in the process is bringing their energy into the process. And my energy goes into how I turn the EQ knob, and that's energy, whether it be 3K or 80 or compress or don't or whatever. So all of this production chain is energy transfer. So some people, like I think of my work as being very flexible for a lot of styles. But if you listen to all of it, you would probably say, oh, well, his work is kind of X. you could probably put it in some sort of category. And if you did, it might be something along the lines of like, I don't even know. I don't know how you would do it. You'd have to listen and decide for yourself. But that's what you're getting with different people. Different people have a different energy, different room, different process, and a different perspective. And that is going to contribute in one way or the other. And honestly, you know, a great song could go to 10 different people, and it could all be good, but that comes back to the taste of the decision maker. Producers and artists decide what brings them alive more than the other option.
Good. Thanks, man. That's it. I'm done.
Oh, it was nice meeting you.
I just, you know, yeah, same, likewise, man. Thanks for taking my question. I just, I've been listening for the last hour and decided that I'd just hit the button and join in. It's been very enjoyable. I like your, I guess I chose the word psychology. I like the way you're approaching this as on an energetic level.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I mean,
cool.
I think it sounds kind of fluffy, but I think it's actually the truth. I think it's really the truth of it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
A song is a structure, and then all of us that touch it alter that structure energetically. That's what we do.
Alexander Jovanovic, a Pensadian for a long time, says, hello, everybody. Who has a question for him? And I have one that this will probably stump you. You ready?
Ready.
All right.
Let's bring it on.
Would you give me an example of a chorister?
I don't know what that is. Is there? I'm reading the notes.
As a matter of fact, a master chorister.
Apparently, I'm a master chorister. No, I was only the mastering engineer on Yellow Red Sparks.
I went and looked at that. I'm picturing you as a little, you know, singing with a little boy's voice.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, let me hear this.
Yeah, no, I'm not a master chorister. I'm not sure what the hell that is.
Yeah, it says you are the master chorister on that album. That is the credit that you have.
No, just the mastering engineer. Good band. I'm not sure if they're still together. That record was like, that was one of those records where you hear it and you're like, gee, this is really cool. I hope more than 500 people hear this band, and that they ended up winning this songwriting contest. I think 100,000 songs or some crazy number of songs, and one of the songs on that record won the whole thing. The judges were like Tom Waits and Elvis Costello and like real heavies, and yeah, Yellow Red Sparks.
Wow. And it says mastering, mixing, producer. The producer part interested me on this one. Sarah Asher, So This Is Love.
Oh, that was a long time ago. That's a lovely little record. Sarah plays the ukulele and has this really amazingly weird kind of wispy country siren voice. Kind of like my chorister thing that I was just joking. She has this really interesting voice, and she married this painter, and I think they live like off the grid in rural Kentucky now. So I don't know if she even makes music, but that's a really interesting record. That was mostly live to 2-inch 16 track. Yeah, you're going into deep into the archives there.
Oh yeah. It says California Guitar Trio rocks the West. Mastering, mixing, producer.
Yep, that's a live recording that I did in 2000. Like I said, studied with Guitarcraft Robert Fripp back in the 89 through 96. And the California Guitar Trio is a wonderful instrumental group that came out of that era, and they've been making their living for 25 years. And they asked me to mix some live stuff that they had done with Tony Levin on tour with them. And so I gave them a couple of mics to set up because they had DI. It was like 3 acoustic guitars and Tony's bass with DI, and then 2 channels of microphone that were just getting the room. And I don't think I've ever added so many effects to anything, like compressed the shit out of the DI and layers and layers of ambient spaces to make it not sound like DI. And yeah, so I actually fully did that one. And mastering was sort of between my friend Tom and I. I forget how it was credited, but I think that was the case where I bossed Tom around and in his room. We went to his space. And yeah, that was in like 2000. But it's still rated very high on Amazon in terms of sound quality. I'm very proud of that one.
Okay, and you as a producer, you're not looking forward to producing at all right now?
Not really. I mean, I have a real high level of satisfaction with my mastering lifestyle. It would take the right thing to really take the time to do that. I mean, to be honest, you know, as busy as I am, I don't know how it would work out. Yeah, it's something I've done. Like, you know, I used to play guitar a lot. I used to practice for hours a day. I used to tour. I used to do a lot of things. And I'm very comfortable with the evolution of it being to where I'm at now. You know, to me, mastering is a very full. It's a very full gig. You know, you could look at it in a simple way, and you would be accurate if you said all we're doing is a little EQ and a little limiting, and you know, maybe some compressing or whatever. Yeah, that's true. There's not much to it, but within that limitation, there's really a lot to it, because the amount of power that we have, you know, for good or evil, or for left or right, or for up or down, or for taking a fleshed out mix one way or the other is really huge. I mean, as an artist that I'm going to do a record for that is coming up soon, and I did a single recently, and I did the single 3 different ways, just so they would see some options, and they ended up liking my first impression 5-minute take. You know, I spent probably an hour on it and did 2 other versions and thought about it and was analytical because I wanted to impress these people, you know. But really, the first one I did was the best one, which is really often the case. And it was the best because that was what vibed with them. Now, the other 2 versions for a different producer on a different day could have been what they were after. But the point is that, you know, any single can go so many ways. And then you're talking about a record where song to song, song ordering, all that, it's a very intricate world for me. So I'm fully satisfied and fully challenged, you know, where I'm at.
Okay. Ghost, go ahead and hit him up, and then Tony, would you hit him?
This is just a quick one, Brian. Is there any other artists? I read that you did an interview and you talked about when you first worked with the Black Keys, that you were talking to this guy for a whole month before you even realized who he was. Is there any other people that you've worked with of that caliber that you've also done the same thing, like halfway through the thing said, "Oh, wait a minute, these guys are huge. This is a big deal"?
No, I mean, that was unique because, you know, Dan was in the Black Keys, and I was not aware of them, even though I was in Ohio, and even though I grew up playing guitar and listening to blues records and like that. I mean, Dan and I are 15 or so years apart, but we're actually sort of pretty similar people in terms of our musical upbringing and our influences. I mean, he produced Dr. John, and I was listening to Dr. John when I was a kid, just like he was. Now, he's a hell of a lot better than I am at writing songs, and he's a hell of a lot better singer than I am, but we have a lot of similarities in terms of where we come from. And so that was a unique thing because the connection with him was, hey, this is Dan, I'm a producer from Akron. Generally, when people call, they're looking at it from the standpoint of, hey, I've got a record and I need you to do it, and I generally don't deal with who they are too much because Kate, my assistant, does that. But if it's someone who calls me directly, they say, hey, I've got the new blank record and I want you to do it or whatever. So usually it is really upfront, you know what's going on. That was a real unique thing. And plus at the time, you know, he didn't want that. He didn't want to be known as this rock star guy. I mean, it was before Brothers. It was in '08 that I met him. He was very content to be known as the producer from Akron, and didn't want to, like, you know, it was like the opposite of the LA thing where people like tell you everything they've ever done. It's the humble Midwest thing. So, you know, generally speaking, it's just not that way because it's not practical. You know, people call and say, hey, I've got. They might say I've got this great band, da, 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 or they might say the name of the band or the name of the artist, or they might lead with that. You know, you never know. But no, that was a real unique thing. That was just Dan being cool, and humble, and wanting to be seen as a producer. You know, and a couple years later, he was a Grammy-winning producer of the year. So obviously, he's quite a good producer. And yeah, it was just funny because. I think I knew his name from the emails, but I'd been so busy working, you know, like I am now. A lot of things I'm just not up on shit, you know. Like I had Lady Gaga reference sent to me by like 5 people a few years ago, and I've heard this same track. I forget even which track it was, but I was being sent this single, and I kept hearing this single, and I kept hearing about Lady Gaga, and I just didn't put the two together. And I was out at a club or somewhere with my girlfriend or whatever, and I'm like, you know, who's this song? I'm like, oh, that's Lady Gaga. I'm like, okay, you know. So sometimes my own like hard work thing where I'm just listening to waveforms. You know, I'm listening to vibe. I'm listening to the things that I've discussed that I'm into. The whole who's who and what's what of music really isn't my forte. And sometimes, you know. Usually that's to my credit, but sometimes it sucks because I can't remember the names of people I've met or the names of things I've worked on when I'm in a conversation. Like, I'm not the best kind of business talker, you know. I'm better at talking about the things we're doing here. But yeah, the thing with Dan was just real unique. You know, we both just worked on that thing, and then he sort of hinted he was going on tour to Phoenix, and then I looked him up, and that was funny. What they didn't write in that article was my email to him the next day was, dude, comma, you're the Black Keys, exclamation point. And he wrote back like, yeah, that's me. You know. So you don't get that kind of humility from most people who are doing that well. He's a good guy, that's for sure.
All right, Tony.
Anybody else?
You gotta
Hey,
unmute.
what's up, guys? Hey, Brian. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, what's up? I'm having some trouble like understanding the role more, you know, in a specific way of the mastering engineer because how do you say it? Like as I became more familiar with this whole audio thing, it seemed to me more like the mixing guy is more responsible for the balance. And the mastering guy, I don't want to say this too, you know, I say this very lightly, but he's kind of responsible for the loudness. But I know it's a lot more than that, though.
Right.
You know what I mean, I kind of.
Well, you're young, and so you've grown up in the era where mastering is seen as processing. Because everything is kind of seen as processing. So from that standpoint, you sort of look at mastering, like I said earlier, like, well, it's just a little EQ, a little limiting, like what's the point? You know, it's pretty simple. The point I'm trying to make is that I don't know what kind of music you listen to, but in general, the recorded history of music involves a mastering engineer, and it involves that for a reason which is different than processing. Anybody can process. Anybody can make things loud. I mean, you can get a plug-in from Slate, the FGX, that makes things loud, or you can get an Oxford inflator and make things loud. That's not really the point. The point is that the mixing engineer's job really isn't balance in terms of frequency balance. The mixing engineer's job is vision. It's presenting a mix that has an impact emotionally. So there should be really no consideration for loudness or really frequency balance for that matter. Because from a mastering standpoint, if your balance is all woolly and dark, but frequency to frequency, bass to kick, kick to snare, snare to vocal, if everything is well related, but the overview is totally off, or the opposite, let's say it's really bright, everything is really thin and really bright, but it's all consistently thin and bright. Each piece of the mix relates to the next in a good way, but the whole overview is off. That's the easiest thing for mastering to fix in like 2 seconds. The thing that we can't do is the interrelationship between the tracks. We can't do the fader moves. We can't do EQ stuff on individual tracks. So overview is really, that's the first thing I do, is I lay out a record and I look at the overview. Frequency overview, transient overview, volume overview, etc. But then from that becomes the part where we really make the money and have the artistic input, which is subtle things subtle moves which don't really have a subtle result. And those moves come from having this other perspective, having a much better room, having tools and being in the mode of doing this every day, where you just get into a zone of being able to sculpt and carve a little half and a quarter and a +2 and a this and a that, and things which create more musicality. So the creative part of mastering is the musicality extension and connection to the audience. Things that cannot be done by a mixer. They can't be done because of a lot of reasons. So you want to mix things the best you can with everything in mind except volume. Compression, absolutely, for style. You want to get things as close as you can, but never from a fear standpoint, and never stepping out of your lane. Like I said before, there's 6 steps. Tracking engineer's a step, mixing engineer's a step, mastering engineer's a step. Tracking engineer, you're capturing sounds. Mixing engineer, you're manipulating to make a mix that has a vision. But you're not thinking of the other mixes, or you shouldn't be. If you start lining up all your mixes and remixing to make things balanced, you're making a mistake. Because you're homogenizing your mix from a crippled standpoint in your listening environment. Make your mixes awesome on their own, and leave the balancing and the final touching for the mastering. Does that make sense?
Yeah. When you say leave the balancing for the mastering guy, you mean like the overall, the one thing all together? You mean?
Yeah, I'm saying like some people might have a group of mixes, and they might bring up, they might have like 10 sessions, Pro Tools sessions, and they, somehow they combine them into one, or they've got them where they're popping between them, and now they're like, listening to high, low, mid overview, song to song. Well, that's a mastering thing. Don't do that. Make each mix awesome on its own. And what do I mean by awesome? I mean having the most impact, having the most connection, being the most exciting. Things that have to do with the artist and their audience, not technical things. So what I'm trying to do is free you up at the mixing stage to not be compromising that role and all the things that are possible there with the next step. If you're excited about 12 mixes and they're all awesome, and you haven't spent any time comparing them to each other for volume or peak level or anything, that's fine. That's what we expect.
Gotcha.
When you start making those choices, you're compromising the potential awesomeness of those mixes. You're not making a better record because you don't really have the wherewithal to master in your room from your perspective. You should be maximizing musicality, excitement, connection, not thinking so technically. And then what we're doing, as I've tried to explain before, is about technicals, but it's also about the connection. We're going to then further what you've given us to connect it even further, and making it loud and balancing frequencies. That's just the nuts and bolts of it. That's the stuff you have to know how to do. But where I make my money and my name different from someone else's name is in the way that I do the musicality extension from what you've given me to then connect it on.
Gotcha. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. It's a good question. Anybody else?
All right, I guess I'm up again. All right, I was wondering, earlier you said you were self-taught, and I was wondering, looking back, you probably encountered some pitfalls and some aha moments. But I was wondering what kind of advice you could give to a person who has a really strong interest in audio, going the self-taught route.
Well, I mean, I can only give the experience that I have.
Yes.
So for me, what worked was a combination of, let's call it a balance, if you will, a combination or a balance of analytical work and intuitive work. The analytical work is A-Bing things, comparing, listening. Like I said earlier, learning to be still and quiet in yourself so that you get yourself out of the way and be able to, really perceive what you're listening to. Perceiving equipment, perceiving all the different things that are part of our work. So that's kind of on the analytical side. And on the intuitive side is having a trust and a confidence and an experimental sense of creativity towards what it is you're trying to do, what it is that you hear in your head. An engineer, whether it be mastering guy, mixing guy, no different than an artist. There's a thing that we are driven by, and that thing can be technical, it can be creative, or it can be a balance. And mastering guys tend to be slightly more on the technical. I'm slightly more on the creative, and then learn to do the technical. I'm like 51 on the creative. I wanted to hear mastering done in a certain way, and no one was doing it. So I sort of set out to be able to do that, to provide a different option than what was on the market. And so I had a sort of sound range in my head. I had a certain thing that I was trying to do. So I think that artistic component is what makes people unique and of value to others, and you have to trust that and go after that while also doing the analytical work by being technically right, by being savvy on being able to A-B things and listen and be an objective listener and a quiet soul, who can really observe music carefully. And, objective, there is really no objective in life, but I use the word objective in quotes, to be a good listener.
Sure. Nice. Thanks, man.
Absolutely. Anybody else?
Mic check. Who's here? What's up?
Is that it, everybody?
Hey, man.
He answered everybody's questions and has everybody out of questions and.
Are we good?
Quiet soul.
All good?
Go ahead, Mahat. You can.
No, I was about to say, wow, he shut everybody down, huh?
No, quiet soul is a really
took 3 hours and
heavy
43
thing.
minutes.
Yeah, no, you guys been a long time, man, and
Yeah.
I won't hold it up.
No, go ask your question.
No, do it. Let's get it done.
It's not so much as a question, but an observation. I can kind of. This is really going to sound corny, but I see quiet soul in your face. I'm an old guy. You know what I mean? And when you face a few battles, and you learn some things, and the ego starts to disappear, the quiet soul can creep in a little bit easier, maybe. When I was 20 years old, I didn't even understand the concept of quiet soul, and I don't know that is any type of. I don't think I've ever heard anybody try to explain to someone else in this environment how to shut everything off so you can actually hear to your best ability what you're hearing.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to talk about, but it's important. It's important, because again, we are service providers. If we're artists, we serve the inspiration, which is our connection to creativity and to music. And if we're engineers or producers, we're in a similar boat. We serve those artists and we serve their sense of inspiration, and we also have our own thing that we bring to the table, and everybody has to be happy with that. So, you know, we're all emotional people, and that's a good thing. That's what makes us sensitive, artistic people. I said that in the beginning. But we also have to really just learn how to relax and, you know, pick our battles and decide, you know, where to inject. You know, ego is an important thing. You know, I certainly have ego as much as the next guy, probably more than most people. But I also know how to shut that down and be much more of an objective listener or observer, because that's of value also. And at the end of the day, you know, my thing is music. I look at people as channels and vehicles for music. And so I want to contribute to their connecting process, you know, from the inspiration they hear and the desires they have as an artist to the audience, which is the biggest and most excited audience for what they're doing. So I see what we're doing as a combination of ego and non-ego along the way of, you know, making that chain happen from inspiration to connection, because people will pay you for that. You know, that's commerce is a whole other animal, but commerce comes in when you make people feel alive. You know, people pay me for mastering because they're excited about what I do for them, and people pay a producer to produce because they're excited about what they do for their artistic thing. So we all serve someone or something else, and in order to do that, you do have to do that combination of ego and not so much. You know, there's a time to listen and there's a time to speak up, and it's a tricky thing, and it's a lifelong thing. I'm getting better at it all the time. But I was fortunate when I was 23 to you know, run across Robert Fripp and Guitarcraft and start meditating for a half an hour a day, which I don't do anymore. But you know, for a number of years, that was a very helpful thing. And everyone doesn't have to do that, but you can at least start to learn to value your emotions without acting on every single one of them right this second. And that's the difference between a reaction and a response. You know, we can't help but react, but our response is a choice. And that kind of thing isn't just good life lesson. That's really good production lesson. That's really good mastering or mixing or even songwriting lesson. You know, that's the kind of perspective you need to bring to it to create something of value. And things of value people will pay you for, but you have to do the work first. And this is something actually yesterday that Ross Hogarth was talking about. He's like, you got to do it in yourself first. You know, it's not about doing, it's about being. First the being, then the doing. So Ross actually talked about it at great length yesterday.
Very good. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
All right. I just got a message from Harold LaRue. Says, great hangout. Says, Brian mentioned max bass in context of the L2 discussion. He meant Waves Max Bass BCL. Here's one that I have on sale at Gear Sluts. So anybody wanting to buy that besides me, says this has a Renaissance compressor, max bass, and L2 limiter in the box.
There you go. Could be the secret weapon for vocal tracking. I don't know.
Exactly. And then Billy Rubin is asking, he says, I would love to know his reference track list.
Okay. Well, I could tell you, and I'll give you a couple of them. What's that?
I was thinking that your each person's list is a personal thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you a few of mine, but honestly, it's not that important. I'll tell you mine so that I can tell you why they're on my list, more than that I think it should be your list. Okay? So what your list needs to include is up to a dozen that describe the edges of what's acceptable. So one edge of acceptable would be sibilant, but okay. Another edge of acceptable would be like a dark vocal that's maybe like, you know, almost buried, like in a certain rock tune or like a punk tune, but it's okay. Another thing might be like ice cream cone vocal, like really bright, clear vocal. Another thing might be a record that's very bright overall, not a lot of low end, but still sounds good. Another thing might be a record that's very mid-rangey overall, not a lot of high or low, but still sounds good. Another thing might be a record that's got a ton of low end and maybe scooped through the mids. You know, this is the kind of thing. You're looking for a record that's maybe very dynamic and one that's very compressed. These sort of extremes. So that for your style and your production, you've got some descriptions of the edges of the fence that you're going to play on the inside of. And the only difference between what you're going to mix and produce and those things is they're all going to be louder, and don't worry about that. We don't care about that. For a good mastering engineer, making things loud is easy. For everyone else, it's like a giant source of conversation and a waste of time, because it's really not what you need to be working on. You need to be making awesome mixes. Awesome mixes, not loud ones, just awesome. Now, they might be quite loud if that's appropriate for the style. They might be compressed, they might be limited. Chad Blake, who I love and adore his work, and obviously worked with him on 3 Black Keys records and an Arctic Monkeys record, he uses 4 limiters on the 2-bus. I don't suggest that for everyone, but it can certainly be done. So we're not talking technically at all. We're talking about the musicality of the mixes. So you want to have references which are all going to be louder because they're mastered, but they are descriptions of the edges of the circle that might be of value to you to play inside of. Because only when you have that fence do you have the freedom to play on the inside of it. Right? So over the years, my collection has included things like I think the first song on Bjork's Homogenic. It's track 1 on Homogenic. And that has a massive amount of low end, and it has a scoop. And it has really clear power down the middle, and it's got some nice spice. And then I've got a Buena Vista Social Club, a track from that record. I forget which one. Hello, send anybody got me. Da 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 da. Blum 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 blum. I don't know. Track 2, maybe track 5. Doesn't matter. That whole record is great because it's very. It's like guys in a room. It's Cuban master musicians live in a room, track to tape by Ry Cooder and his son. It won the Grammy that year for production, I believe. And it sounds very three-dimensional. There's not a huge low end on it. It's fairly natural. It's very natural overall. Not real scoop. Doesn't sound like pop music at all. It sounds like people in a room playing music with real instruments. Even though there's some electric guitar and some slide, you really get a sense of naturalism and 3D space from that record. What else do I have? I've got Cold Brains, Beck. I've got that because it's a very digital sounding record. It sounds very much like Pro Tools. It also has a really big scoop. It's kind of an example of a pop V scoop with a big low end. I've got an Audioslave's first record. What is that song? It's see, I can't remember the names of anything. It's the one that starts out with drums and guitar right down the middle, and it's this long intro with just drums and guitar, and then it breaks out into guitars on the side playing this riff. It might be Show Me How to Live. I think that might be the track.
Okay.
And I've got others. I've got hip hop stuff. I've got a Snoop Dogg tune on there that's like all mid range. I think he did it on a cassette tape. You know, it's like from '92 or something. I've got a Destiny's Child. Ladies, Leave Your Men at Home. The club is full of ballers and their pocket full grown. That tune, because that has a real strong kind of pop V. I've got Coldplay's first record, a tune off of Coldplay's first record. And then, you know, now I've got my own stuff. I've got Tighten Up, Black Keys on there. I've got Chet Faker on there, which is a record I did that was real unique kind of production, like electronic music, but with a soulful singer. Real interesting, Chet Faker. And I've got an Arctic Monkeys tune on there. So I've got some of my own added in, but those are ones that are older things, you know, going back 15 years ago, that were part of my initial dozen. And you can switch these up over time, but I mean, I had like the same dozen going for a long time. And I would take this CD to trade shows. And if I'm going to audition a microphone, I would you know, listen to the microphone with my voice, and that would be my consistency. But if I was going to listen to speakers, I would listen to my refs. You know, so you take your refs with you wherever you go, so that you have a point of reference, and you're not just swimming in the dark with what things sound like. You know, and if you want to get a real dynamic thing, like something from the 80s, you could find some music from the 80s that's real dynamic, and you could use something like that just to run through compressors. You could just play that through compressors, and then you would hear the compressors treating a real dynamic, nice. I mean, it's mastered, but let's be real. There was a ton of dynamics left on those masters, so it doesn't even have to be your own work that you're using to test a compressor. You could consistently test compressors with an 80s mix. You know, ideas like this, things that will help you to have some objective world frame of reference with the subjective world of options, which is music production. It's really easy to be creative and free and loose, but it's more important to be creative, free, and loose, knowing that you're playing in the right space. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. And Damon Martin in Pensado Students is asking, let's see, question for Brian. What is an overused technique that rookie mixers use besides slapping L2 on the bus, on the 2 bus?
Rookie mistakes. Well, there's kind of a handful of things that I would say to avoid. I'm not sure there's any one, but I can think of a few. Yeah, limiters on the bus in general, no offense, but you probably don't know what you're doing. Over compressing the 2 bus, same thing. You shouldn't be leaving compression for mastering. I don't espouse that thinking, but just be careful with it. Make sure you take it out to the car and you have a few monitors around. You know, I should plug a monitor. Actually, I sell a 2-way, but we'll get back to that. Let's see. Limiters, probably not. Overcompressing is an easy one. In terms of mix techniques, you know, if you're tracking anything live, just drum phase is a big problem. Drums being out of phase. Too many microphones in general is a problem. You know, 2 mics on the guitar and one of them's out of phase. 12 mics on the drums when you only needed 4. Phase is a technical fact, is a physics fact that you need to get down with. Understanding phase relationships is very important for people who are doing music that's not, you know, electronic with a vocal. That's easy. Electronic with a vocal is almost a sure thing, but if you're actually recording natural things, phase is a big one. Stereo sources are kind of overused. People think if I use a stereo source, I'm going to have a bigger mix. No, it's actually the opposite. Imagine, if you will, I said this earlier, a 3-channel mix, left, center, right. All 3 channels are different. You got vocal on the left, bass in the middle, and ukulele on the right. That's as big of a mix as you'll ever have. And anything that we do that adds tracks to that compromises that greater if they are stereo tracks crossing the middle. So, for example, if you've got those 3 tracks, we got vocal left, bass middle, and ukulele right, and we bring in a piano, we would want to bring in a mono piano, not a stereo piano, if we're trying to keep a big mix. Because anything stereo where you've got piano, and we pan them, you know, like over here, we're panning them over here, what you're actually doing is you're narrowing the overall potential of the mix, because you have something similar across the center line. The biggest mixes in the world have got things down the middle, which are powerful, and things on the side, which are unique and have more high-frequency content than low. Again, going back to my V description, the more low-frequency stuff you get on the side, it interferes with the punch down the middle. So your high frequencies on the side are what actually give the illusion of space. And the balance between the stuff that's down the middle and the stuff that's sparkly on the sides, or mid-range sparkly on the sides, that's what gives you the width. When you throw a stereo overhead, hard left and hard right, that's a mistake. Because now that has defined the overall width potential of this mix. And those left and right mics are actually fairly similar. There's a lot of things that are the same about both of those. So, I mean, it might be appropriate maybe someday for some mix, but I'm going to say for most people most of the time, bring those drum overheads in. See how close to mono you can go and not hate it. Maybe kill one of them and only use one. Which one would you use? The one that was in better phase relationship with the rest. How would you test that? Well, you might get a polarity, like a thing that, you know, isn't just a 180 in and out, but actually allows you to play with the phase. Like Little Labs used to have a hardware piece, and they might have some software now, or someone will, where you can bring up your drum tracks, and you can play with the phase on a knob, and you can get things to line up and lock. How do you know they're locked? Because they get louder. How do you know they're not locked? Because they start to get phasey. They start to, you know, the waveforms start to cancel out. So overdoing it with mics and overdoing it with stereo sources is right up there with overdoing it with compression and overdoing it with limiting. This all falls under the fear category. Stereo is like fear of not being big enough of a mix. But it's really counterintuitive. The biggest mix is mono sources that are different on the left side and the right side. That's the biggest mix. The biggest mix isn't a dozen stereo tracks. That's going to collapse into a mess. It's going to be a near mono catastrophe. Real mono wouldn't have any of that. It would just have like mono mics in a mono configuration, like a Beatles thing, which sounds amazing. Totally amazing. Not collapsed mono as a result of bad phase by stereo sources. So, limiting, not needed for most people. Compressing, overdone in some cases, but definitely necessary across the board. I'm not against compression by any stretch, don't get me wrong. Stereo sources is a big one. What else? I mean, the main thing that I hear is really monitoring issues. And if, you know, 4 hours in I can plug my monitors, when I have clients and, you know, they say to me, what can I do better with these mixes? 9 times out of 10 or 99 out of 100, the only suggestion I have is a monitoring upgrade, and that's the room acoustics. You know, get some traps, build some traps, buy some traps, whatever. Deal with your low end. First the low end, then the first reflection points left and right. Diffusion is a distant third. It's not something that most people need to think about too much. You really want to deal with low end, particularly in the small rooms that a lot of people are working in now. And then you want to deal with your first reflection points left and right. But assuming you've done those things with the room, then it comes to monitoring. And you know, if it's okay, Matt, I'll plug these speakers. For years, people would say to me, "What do you recommend?" And you know, and I know everything that's out there. I don't today because there's so many things now under $1,000. But you know, I know they're not particularly great. The monitor that I would recommend people try is, well, it's actually a combination. The Aventone powered monitor I really like, as opposed to an NS10, which NS10s require a learning curve that a lot of people just aren't given that education. But the Aventone, either powered or passive, is a really nice, you know, mid-range dominant single driver option. And in my days of mixing, I started and finished all mixes on the Aventone. Start with it, make bold moves, pan EQ aggressively, none of this touchy-feely sensitive shit. You just go for it. And then a full range monitor is what you need second. Second would be, in my case, the one that I sell. It's the Spiral Groove Studio Monitors.com. And we can put that over here on the thing. This is a full range two-way, very small, has really nice linearity. It's within like a dB&1 plus or minus all the way down, and it starts to roll at about 50. The -3 point is at 42. And for a speaker that's only like, 13 inches tall with a 5.5 inch driver, to have a -3 point at 42 is kind of insane. And then it rolls down from 42 down to 20. And this would be your second thing with an Aventone or an NS10 or a pair of Radio Shack Minimus 7s or whatever is your sort of mid-range dominant, no crossover, no tweeter, no port thing. So the Aventone, then the Spiral Groove Studio monitors. I think I'm trying to send this link here.
All we ever ask is that whoever's recommending something that they, honestly speak. So if you honestly believe in those, go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I basically didn't have an answer for people on what to get, because there's such a long list of caveats. Like you could get a Solo 6, but blah blah blah. You could get a BM6A, but blah blah blah. So I didn't want to get into those caveats. I didn't want to feel responsible. But with this monitor, I can say, if you buy these, and you've got a pair of Aventones, and then you've got a third pair, which would be anything big and loud. Anything for tracking, DI tracking, anything for playback with the client where you want to crank it. Because the Studio One is not particularly loud, and it doesn't have a low-mid bump. So it doesn't have that warm, fuzzy playback feeling that people need for tracking or that clients often want for playback. What it is a mixing tool, pure and simple. So as a mixing tool, I think it's unmatched, and particularly in rooms that are less than perfect, the roll-off on the bottom is compensated by the bump in the room. Your room is going to have all sorts of 16 and 30 dB peaks and dips down under 200 hertz. I guarantee it. And even if you treat it, you're still going to have a lot of mess. So when people buy these 20 to 20 speakers and stick them in shitty rooms, it's not going to work out on the bottom. And this speaker does a really nice job because it's really dynamic and it's really distortion free, and you can use a low-cost amp with it, and then you can upgrade the amp over the years if you want to. So it gives you like an upgrade path because it's passive. And they're handmade in Berkeley. It's the same company that makes my mastering speaker. And it's designed by this dude who he designed the drivers in them, he designed the whole speaker, he designed my speakers. And this was the stuff that I went to after using the Thomas Barefoot stuff. Thomas is a great guy, he makes a great product. This product is more dynamic in the drivers, and the result of that is a lot of good things. I also like this tweeter a lot. The tweeter is a composite of metal center with a cloth surround. So in the two ways that I'm talking about, the Studio One, your crossover's at like 1.9K. So instead of a metallic 1.9K, you're getting a cloth surround 1.9K, and then the top end is the metal. So you really get the best of the metal with the cloth. So yeah, there's 30-day return on those. We recommend people give them a shot. $32.50 passive, and the amp I recommend, the cheap amp is $500, which is Emotiva XPA 200. $499. I think right now they're $399. But really, any amp will do. The hardest part of amp and speaker is really the speaker. Amps are very important. Every amp matters. But if you think about it, amplifiers are taking a signal and making it louder. Speakers are taking two wires with electricity and turning them into sound vibrating through space. It's a tricky thing. So the speakers with any amp work fine, but you can voice them to taste with the amplifier. And that Emotiva XPA 200 is a perfectly good Class A B nice amp. Good choice. Like on Gear Sluts, If anyone's into Gear Slut's round badge, who's been around forever, he's got a pair. He's got Barefoots, MM27s. He's got Studio 1s, and then he's got a pair of Avantones, I think. The guy I mentioned earlier, Michele Irafita, the pop producer, he's got a pair of Barefoot MM27s. He's got Studio 1s, and he's got NS10s, I think. So that kind of trio, something big with a big driver, something very linear for mixing, very dynamic, very, I hate to use the word fragile, but very, very live, THE, not VE, and then something mid-rangey like the Avantone. That's a trio that will do every style for as long as you live, I guarantee it.
Okay. You said you wouldn't do this, and so it makes me wonder why a mastering engineer, if I do a mix, why a mastering engineer, if I have a compressor on there and I'm loving the mix, why a mastering engineer would have me take the compressor off, have me remix it, and then the mastering engineer masters it.
You got me, brother. I don't know why anyone would ask for that. I have no idea. I mean, I would never ask anyone to do that.
The pump. Okay, so we have a compressor on the 2-bus, compressor on the master fader. It's pumping in a way that we don't like. What type of stuff would you do, just off the head real quick, what type of stuff would you do to stop it from pumping and get it to work right?
You're talking about what would I recommend you do at mixing, or what would I do on my end?
If you were mixing and you had a compressor on the 2-bus and it was pumping a bit too much, immediately, what are the type of things that you would do to get the compressor to act the way you want?
Well, you have a couple of options. You can back the threshold down. You can adjust the attack and release. You can adjust the ratio. You can play with those things, or you can go into the mix and look at the things that are triggering it, and you can adjust those things either by volume or by compressing or maybe even EQing and changing the energy of what's hitting the compressor. So you can alter what's going into it, or you can alter how it's behaving. Those are pretty much the options. You can also turn down everything that's going into it. You don't have to alter one thing. You can alter everything that's going into it. But the easiest way to do that is just to adjust the threshold. That's the same thing.
Now, the lowest ratio that you use in mastering is what?
For me, I am. Oh, that's a good question. See, now you're getting all technical on me. I would say. Let's see. I tend to be around, 1.5 to 2, and that's it.
So do you ever go below 1.5?
No, I just play with the threshold.
Okay, and is that you soft knee or no? 1.5 soft knee or no?
Yeah, it's just the knee that it is. There's attack and release, and there's whatever it does. It's just unique to the box.
Okay, and what compressor is that right there? That one.
The only one I have is that Alpha, the Elysia Alpha, which is really a mastering piece. It's not really a mix tool. They have a bunch of cool mix compressors and mix EQs. This is really a mastering thing.
How much does that run?
The hardware one, or
yeah.
It's like 10 grand.
10 G's?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that gets rid of a lot of people right there.
Well, it's not something. I mean,
right.
A few mastering people use it. It's really not a mix tool. It's a mix tool for someone who has a lot of money and just wants to own one. But
that has to really do something then. Okay, Tony had a question, and then Max has a question. Tony, go ahead.
Then.
Yeah, it's funny that you guys mentioned the alpha compressor, because I was actually about to ask. This is because I'm very curious about each part of the music creation process. What do you think about the prices of the gear these days for mastering? Like, do you think it's kind of justified? Do you think it does what it's supposed to do for like all the money that every piece kind of costs? Not like.
Well, I mean, you're asking kind of like, what do I think about capitalism? You know what I mean? I mean, there's only the buyer and there's the seller, So like for me, the stuff I have is absolutely worth it. I mean, I've got 3 pieces that are 10 grand a pop, you know, but that's for me, you know. For somebody else, it's up to them to say, you know. Um, I don't think that people who are selling and making this equipment, because I know a lot of them, are like, living large. They don't have like Citibank CEO salaries and golden parachutes. So the amount of money is really it's a question of scale. You're talking about a really small number of products that are sold to a very small number of people, and they're high quality, labor intensive, often not made in Asia by people making $1 an hour. So they're made by people who have to make a wage. So if you're talking about like Dave Durr or at Empirical, or you're talking about Ruben at Elysia, or if you're talking about Dave Hill at Crane Song, or those guys aren't like buying a vacation home.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm kind of trying to figure out is like, when it comes to mastering, do you think even without that kind of stuff you could do a great job consistently, or do you kind of think it's kind of necessary to dip in your budget and kind of go out of your way for that kind of stuff?
Well, again, it's each person's journey. The first thing you got to do in mastering is room and monitoring. That's absolutely, you got to spend the money there. So the setup I have is like, it's kind of portable, if you will. So it's kind of on the low end, but I think my room was still like, like I think I spent like 45,000 a year or something like that, and that's on the low end.
Mm-hmm.
There are $150,000 mastering rooms. So room is really important, and you can't do anything if the room and the monitoring aren't giving you what you need to hear to make the right decisions. After that, it just becomes about user preference, hardware, software, and workflow, and the sound of the chain. Like in my case, I couldn't do what I do in software. It just couldn't be done. The sound of my chain is only this hardware with these cables, with this clock. I mean, if I change the clock out, like I tried the analog clock that's all the rage right now, and it just ruined my system, because my system is built around the rest of my system. Everything is synergistically linked to everything else. So, for me, like everything I have, I want a backup of it, because I want this shit to work until I'm 80.
Mm-hmm.
But for someone else, like they're at a different place. So you've got to just do what you need to do. You can't look at money and think, is it worth it or is it not worth it? You have to look at, what does my chain need for my ear to make the music that I hear? And you could certainly do that digitally in many cases, but in some cases you might need a piece or two of hardware. It's just something that you have to discover. I mean, if you had a budget of 50 grand and bought a bunch of gear and didn't know what you were doing with it, you might as well have the plugins that come in free with Pro Tools.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about, is it worth it or is it not worth it. It's just about, where are you in the evolution of your engineering chain, and what do you need to hear and what do you need to do. I need to hear these things, and I want to touch these knobs, and this is what works for me. But that's just me. I'm sure there are people doing lots and lots of things all digital. I'm sure they're out there, but it's not me. So am I overspending or underspending? I don't care. Doesn't matter. Just do what you need to do to get to the next step. That's all you can ever do. All you've got is where you are and where you want to go. And the next step is all you can ever do. The rest of it is just really none of our business.
Yeah, good answer.
All right, man. Anybody else?
Yeah, I've got another one for you if I can.
Sure, go for it.
Granted, still going back to your philosophy of, just give me a good mix. I mean, there's obviously things that we can do to lack of experience, lack of ears, lack of environment. We can do things that just are not going to be as exciting in an end result that we're going to send to our mastering engineer that that we could have if we just had a little bit of an insight that maybe our room wasn't quite right. And my example is using the wrong type of compressor on a 2-bus. I had to duck out for chow, so I apologize if I'm kind of asking a redundant question that was asked. But what would you say to an aspiring mixer or engineer or musician who's starting to work on their stuff? What would you say would be a kind of a golden rule of, look, don't use an aggressive type or compressor of this type on your mix as a general rule? Well,
again, I don't know. I mean, some music is super aggressive and needs an aggressive thing. You know what I mean? It's like music is, in the words of Stevie Wonder, music's a world within itself. So like music is as big of a world as the planet itself, and on the planet we've got countries and languages and dialects, and everybody's kind of the same, but everybody's kind of different, and music's kind of like that. There's all these styles, and there's you can present a thing like Skrillex, or you can present a thing like Robert Plant and Alison Krauss, or you can present a thing like ukulele, or you can have some like dude that's just like mid-range distorted rapper, like completely laying it down about injustice, and all that's behind him is like a trap kit with a slam compressor. Like all of these things, very, very different. So, to me, there isn't really a blanket thing. I think what you have to do is just not be afraid to experiment,
I guess what I'm asking is for guys that are doing country, you wouldn't expect to see the same type of compression used in the same way that you would a symphony piece.
Sure. Well, can you? I would agree with that, but can you ask like a more specific question about it? Because I'm not sure there's a general thing I could say.
Yeah.
Whatever works. But yeah, a symphony, you're not going to do a whole lot that's not super clean. You might.
I guess I'm trying to without getting into an actual specific situation with a client.
Well, I'm sure we're not going to know what the client is, so you could say, the more specific the better, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like something on a 2 mix, or somebody didn't like something, or what are you thinking?
I had a client who was just they were actually demanding that things just really be very aggressively compressed, thinking that would give them more low end, and they actually had enough experience to be kind of dangerous, because they were, I want 1176 on the 2-bus, something really aggressive, really slamming, and it's just like that really didn't serve the purpose.
Well, yeah, that's a whole different thing. Like now you're getting into the world of like being bossed around by clients, which is its own kind of like production stage pitfall. Yeah. I will say that 1176 pair has been used in mastering. I think Richard Dodd uses that all the time. So 1176 pair could certainly be used on the 2-bus. I put 1176 plug-in in the box mixes I do for friends all the time. I put a pusher plug-in on it, and that's super colorful. But I'm doing vibey kind of stuff. So I don't think. I think the question really is more of a communication. You have like a structural thing with a client that's a whole art form unto itself. But I don't think the compressor really matters. You could certainly have a pair of 1176s, just don't run them, so that they're all 4 buttons in on both. I wouldn't do that, But it could work that the attack and release were set in the right way, and that that low end and that distortion could be really cool on a 2-bus. So I mean, maybe they were right, and it was just something you weren't used to, and it's difficult to do it subtly or whatever. But I'd say try it. I mean, Ross yesterday, Hogarth, made a nice comment. He said it's easier to try something than to argue about it, and that's the truth.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Might as well plug it in and turn a couple knobs, and if it doesn't work, they're going to hear it, and you're going to hear it, and you say, okay, well, we tried that. Now let me try something else, and maybe their idea leads you to another idea. So maybe you had the clean comp, and then they go to the crazy colored comp, and then you end up splitting the difference, and then they're happy because they got to hear the two extremes.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that we can't be too controlling. We have to kind of know when to pick your battles and when to kind of put your foot down. But it's easier to just try it.
Yeah, which is what I did. I mean, I did what the client wanted. It's just, I didn't know if maybe you had some rules or not rules, some guidelines that you'd recommend.
I mean, no, it's just if it sounds good, it is good. I never ask people how they produce anything. I don't care. I just hear what they have, and we go from there. And hopefully they're excited about it, and they're not asking me to fix things for them. That's my only thing is if you're looking for mastering to fix something, you've got way more tools than I do to fix things. You should be happy with what you send. But in terms of how it gets there, I don't care. I think whatever works is the way to get there.
Yeah, I didn't know that. It may be because of your client base. I didn't know if you saw much of that stuff where you're getting stuff that is really compressed the wrong way. If there was anything that you would pass on to younger guys or newer guys, I guess I should say.
I mean, I think again, as long as you're happy, client's happy, and that's it. The main thing we talked about when you were gone was just not confusing steps, like not trying to make it loud, trying to do mastering things like going track to track and balancing things out. That's my job. So mix to mix, it's a unique world where you and the client and the producer, as a group, should be maximizing the potential of that particular track. However you get there is totally fine with me. None of my business.
Cool.
Have fun.
Oh, I always do.
Awesome.
All right. On the Google Plus site, there's a fella named Trez Tracks. He's asking, have you ever mastered trap with all the heavy bass, and would you use a multiband compressor?
Well, I don't use. Yes, I have. It's been a minute, but I have. I like that style a lot. I like things with low end. And I don't use multiband, however. I use the mid-side compression here with a side chain, and I move the side chain around and do things I need to do with that. But again, someone else might be a genius at multiband. It's not my thing. To me, it's just not it's not something I need. It's not something not something I've ever liked. When I've ever heard it, I've never liked it. I think it maybe is a better mix tool because it can really go in and you can do some real aggressive things at mixing. But as far as a mastering tool, it's not something I need or have ever used. No.
And what he's asking, what mastering plugins would you use? Like right now, if you were not able to use your gear, if you came to my spot and you could have mastering plugins, what mastering plugins would you use?
Well, I'm not up on them that well, so my answer is going to be a little bit lame. I would, I'd probably use the Oxford Inflator, and I guess if I was going to use my Sequoia stuff, I'd use the linear phase EQ in there. I mean, basically, I would be looking for I'd probably look for the same. I'd probably use the same chain I have here. I'd look for a color EQ, a clean EQ, the Alpha Comp. I'd probably use the Alpha Comp plugin and an inflator. You know, I'd probably mirror what I'm doing here, but use, instead of the clipping from the analog and the L2, I'd use an inflator.
Now you say a color EQ and a clear EQ. It took me years before I heard EQs actually sounding different. And remember, I'm only plugins, right?
Right. They're a lot closer on plugins, but it's definitely there. A lot of it's monitoring, though. Your monitoring was impeding you from hearing what was there, you know?
Okay. You know what? Never mind. You keep, you know what? You keep answering questions before people ask. And we've been saying that the whole time over here to the right. And I had a whole list of questions to ask, and I got to X them out because you're answering them before I even get a chance. And we've been talking about that.
Well, we're at 4.5 hours. Have we done it? Are we good?
We're good. Anybody else have any questions? So because we're about done.
I got to get back to work.
Hey, Brian, you were just trying to beat Ross. I see you, man.
I was thinking an hour, but we beat Ross. All right, thanks everybody.
That's great. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. You've been
appreciate it, man.
All right,
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
Have fun, y'all. Have fun with it.
All right, bro. Take care. Any comments, guys, before we log out?
He's a monster, man.
Remember Dave Pensato's book? What's that? What's that?
I said lots of good stuff, man. Lots of good stuff.
Remember Dave Pensato's book is out. Him and Herb Trowick's book is out, though. The Pensato Papers. And we Pensato students get that discount. And AES is coming up, you guys. Bill went to it. Was it last year, Bill? Was that last year?
Last year, yeah.
Yeah, Bill went to it last year. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna be at this one. So if any of you guys are gonna be there, I'd love to see you. But all right, I'm out. You guys got anything before I end this?
Just thanks again, brother. Thanks again.
Oh, you got it.
Thanks all the time, everybody.
Always good stuff.
All right, I'm gonna stop broadcast. Peace out.